Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. 9 of Wyoming's top legislators advanced a bid Tuesday to defund and dismantle the Wyoming Business Council. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that opponents call the move short-sighted. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming.
Entering the fray and choking the guy while another of the suspects pulled the man's hood so that his head was yanking back and then he fell to the floor. So Deke Dollard, who's accused of doing the chokeout, is charged with second-degree murder, but there's an alternate charge where if it's more appropriate, the jury, if it goes to trial, could choose voluntary manslaughter, which is only punishable by up to 20 years in prison.
Deke Dollard's LinkedIn lists him as a U.S. Bureau of Land Management Field Staff Law Enforcement Ranger from May 2016 to the present date. After arguing with a homeless man named Earl over a $30 debt at a long-term stay motel, a 69-year-old man reportedly told Earl to "die, bitch," and then shot him in the chest on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that a court affidavit available Wednesday says the encounter was caught on video.
They said the surveillance video showed him kind of standing over him for a bit, and then he went back into his room, and then 34 cars were there, responded, the SWAT team with their big tank. They finally got him out. These guys knew each other. $30 led to the guy being shot.
According to the Cheyenne Police Department, Harold Wayne Sarvis is facing an attempted second-degree murder charge. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, watch out for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk and at night. This message brought to you by the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
988 is for Mike, who's struggling to move on. For Lydia, who's overwhelmed by the pressure of doing it all. For Eric, who feels sad and lonely this time of year. For Helen, who's so anxious she can't sleep. 988 is for them, for you, for Wyoming. To get free support for a mental health or substance use crisis, call or text 988. Available anytime, day or night.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Natrona County legislators gathered Wednesday to preview priorities ahead of next month's budget session. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the discussion was hijacked by some who were stunned over Tuesday's defunding of the Wyoming Business Council.
Every panelist weighed in on it. It was kind of like what turns out to be something of an ideological battle line taking shape around this microcosm of the Wyoming Business Council. And they're saying, what is the proper role of the state in the economy? You had legislators like Representative Elise Campbell, who wants to see the Business Council. And the big concern is the workforce. They say if we don't have educated workforce, we're not going to attract employers. And if we don't have a business council that's here to help employers, we're not going to attract the workforce.
The Joint Appropriations Committee voted on Tuesday to dismantle the Wyoming Business Council, which is a publicly funded agency designed to boost business through state-backed loans and grants. Parents in Sweetwater County School District No. 1 are blasting the board for high vacancies, ignored comments, a surprise superintendent raise, and poor accountability. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that despite promises, leadership isn't really offering any explanation amid ongoing turmoil.
Parents are frustrated that they're not getting answers from school leadership, from members of the school board. The school board is saying they're not responding. They're just looking into the complaints and need time to be able to come up with responses and do proper investigations. Board Chairman Cole Wright responded to an email received by Cowboy State Daily. His response was, quote, "We will continue reviewing matters brought up during last night's board meeting and via Cowboy State's outreach, and we will respond when our review is complete."
Now, the Wyoming Department of Education acknowledged this week that it had received formal complaints about the Sweetwater School District. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
Love the hustle, Cliff. Who are you?
Your lungs.
We're quite proud of you.
Even though you quit smoking years ago, you may be at risk for lung cancer.
Okay. Well, with the routine screening, you can detect it early when it's more curable.
Sounds good, guys. Can I get a little space here?
Biologically, no.
Okay.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get going on a Thursday. January 15th, officially almost halfway through January, the longest month of the year. Stories we're following today. Who had this in your clue package? Deke with a chokeout in the Maverick bar. This is a modern-day clue game. Deke with the chokeout in the Maverick bar. Lander. Did not see that coming. This is all alleged, of course. Allegedly. Senator Mike Gierau. I always call him Gierau. Hard G, Jake. Hard G. Senator Mike Gierau is going to be on the show today. We're going to talk again about the bloodletting that was the JAC this week and continues to be. Cuts to the university. Bloodletting, yeah. A dismantling, basically, of the WBC, Wyoming Business Council. And not sure that the Appropriations Committee is on board with pay raises for state employees. Casey Anderson's going to be here. Casey's a wildlife photographer. We're going to talk a little bit about big cats, mountain lions, and particularly that mountain lion attack and fatality in Colorado recently, January 1st. Very rare. Representative Harriet Hageman is going to be on. We're going to talk about her run for Senate. And meanwhile, other things she's doing in Congress. They're voting on a whole bunch of, spending bills. I think there's like a dozen in all, and they have 8 finished. They got to be done with them by the end of the month, or else we go into another government shutdown. We'll ask Congresswoman Hageman about a lot of things. Josh Dorrell, speaking of the Wyoming Business Council, Josh will be on the show today. The CEO of the WBC, the program, the agency proposed to be cut. Just through defunding, it'll basically gut WBC. It'll be the end. Josh Dorrell will plead his case. He'll be on the show today. Chase Markel is a PhD student at UW. He's studying brisket. Oh, what a job. I wish I could study brisket. With a fork and a knife. Actually, the brisket we're talking about is high-altitude heart disease affecting cattle. Cattle above 5,000 or 6,000 feet many times develop a hardened heart. And it's not has anything to do with love lost. It's a right ventricle situation. I don't know. Chase is on it, man. He's going to tell us how he's harnessing the power of AI, artificial intelligence, to identify cows that may be at risk to develop brisket or high-altitude disease. Chase is not an AI guy. He'd be the first one to tell you. He's like, I'm a cow man. But he's having to learn fast down there in Laramie at the university. It'll be interesting. Patrick Klein will be here, the CEO of Vision Beyond Borders. That's the outfit that's smuggling Bibles into China, into Iran, where it's not safe to be doing anything right now. Venezuela, where we're smuggling out leaders and smuggling in the good word. Oh, yeah, we're going to have Patrick on later. It's an Ask Abby day because it's Thursday. Abby, we're going to ask you about the Golden Globe Awards, more specifically, in general, movies and movie quotes. So do your homework, brush up now. And Jeff Gillotti will be on. Jeff is a perfect guy to talk about this weekend's playoff football scenario, particularly down there in Denver where the Broncos take on the Bills, and you will have to decide your allegiance, many of us. You can't be on and off the bandwagons, all right? If you jumped off the Denver Bronco bandwagon back when Big Orange was terrible, not that long ago, and jumped on the Bills bandwagon because the Bills had Josh Allen, you could make a Wyoming connection, then you can't jump back off, can you? And then what happens when those two teams play each other? Now Denver's good again. Are you going to go back to Denver? Stay with Buffalo? Where's your allegiance? Jeff will be on, and he's got that dilemma right now. He himself wrestling with where do I belong? This Saturday, you better know who you're rooting for. Weather forecast from Don Day. Jen's feeling a little low. Her return from Florida. Whenever you travel this time of year, if you travel in the winter, air travel in the winter, guaranteed you're going to get sick. It's like comes with it. I hate to fly in the winter because you breathe a recirculated cabin air, so you're breathing everybody else. The chances that somebody, one of those 200 people on that flight are sick are, yeah, of course. And then you go from, 30 degrees Wyoming to 80 degrees Florida and back. Guaranteed, that's an incubator. You're going to get sick. And then Jen said she'd spend time with kids who are like little germ factories. Poor Jen. Get better, Jen. Casper, chance of rain late afternoon. Otherwise sunny, breezy, 50. Riverton, 52, sunshine today. Evanston, plenty of sun, 46 the high. Green River, sunny, breezy, 47. Pinedale, sunny, breezy, 36. Alpine, sunshine, right around the freezing mark. Du Bois, sunny, and of course windy. It is Du Bois. 43 the high. Jackson, sunny, mid-30s. Had some inversion going on yesterday. It took a little while to get to 30s. And currently right now, it's about 11 in Jackson, and my water is frozen, which happens whenever single digits are below zero. The place where I live, the Cowboy State Daily Studios, water is frozen. I had to make coffee using toilet water today. So that's the third world miseries I'm in. No noticeable degradation. That's how bad I need coffee. Thermopolis, sunny, 53. Cody, sunny, breezy, 53 as well. Buffalo, high wind watch from 5 p.m. to about 5 tomorrow. It's going to be blowing in Buffalo. Highs in the upper 40s. High wind watch in Sheridan as well. From really all night tonight into tomorrow. Highs Sheridan 51. Gillette, high wind watch from noon today until about 5 in the afternoon tomorrow. Newcastle high wind watch. Your highs in the 40s there in northeast Wyoming. A high wind watch in Torrington tonight until tomorrow afternoon. Sunny, breezy 55. Douglas, high winds as well. Highs 53. Cheyenne, high wind watch from 11 tonight till 5 tomorrow afternoon. Sunny, windy 52 today. Breezy in Laramie, I'll say 46. The high wind gusts up to 30. And Rawlins, sunny and breezy 44. So wind, as Don Day said, getting clipped by a little bit of cold weather. We're going to feel it get colder, certainly on Friday. Into Saturday, a little bit of cold. Not like, record cold, not like stupid winter cold, just a little bit colder than it is when you're talking about some communities enjoying highs in the 50s, if not tickling 60. Cold could mean, 30. And for others, cold could mean highs in the 20s, overnight lows, single digit kind of stuff. That's kind of more normal winter, but the wind, that's going to be the issue. Well, let's work our way right through the list of stories because later today we are going to cover the issues. Stories now, issues later. We have on the newsmakers and reactions to news, all kinds of stuff like that. We have political, Senator Mike Gierau. We have U.S. House Harriet Hageman, as far as the latest going on in politics. And then, and then other guests really to talk about the news, those in the news. Those are subjects of the news. But right now, here is the actual news, and we'll begin in Lander, where you don't often see stuff like this, honestly. If there were to be a bar fight ending in a fatality, and you gave me a list of answers, a multiple choice question, which municipality in Wyoming had a bar fight fatality the other night? Rock Springs, Gillette, Casper, or Lander? I would definitely rule out Lander. I would put a line through Lander and say, well, it's not Lander. It's probably Rock Springs, but that's too easy. I'm going to go with Gillette, But no, the correct answer we were looking for is C, Lander, or D, all of the above. A field officer for the BLM is the man we're suspecting is the suspect, person of interest, the bad guy. I don't know. Of course, it's all alleged. Lander PD took a while to sort it all out, and now you see why. There were several people involved. It all happened, why? Alcohol. I mean, it's a bar. It's a bar, it's a pool table, it's beer. There's going to be fights. The Maverick Bar. I don't even know where the Maverick Bar is in Lander. The only bar I go to is the Lander Bar, which is great. But this happened last Friday, going back last week, late night, 11. Nothing good happens after 10 or 11. 911 call came in about 11:15 p.m. The caller said, we have someone down at the Maverick Bar. He's not breathing. He's purple. Well, he was dead. Evan Denovan, 38-year-old, found lying on his back near the pool tables with bystanders trying to help him when Lander Police Department officers arrived. They began life-saving measures too late. They were not able to find a pulse. Denovan was determined deceased on scene. 3 men are still being held at this time, all members of the same family, the Dollard family. You got 53-year-old Richard Dollard. Just call him Deke. That's the nickname. Deke seems to be the choker, at least allegedly. Brother Justin involved. Deke is 53. Justin, brother, is 54. And then you got a nephew, Jesse Dollard. He's 21. All charged with being accessories before the fact to second-degree murder. Deke Dollard himself faces the actual second-degree murder charge. How did it go down? It's a convoluted story of late-night shenanigans, chest puffing, poking, pushing, threats. I'm going to kick your... Boop. Where's my bleeper? Get that ready to go. Yeah, I mean, it's Maverick Bar Friday night, 11 o'clock. And look out. Cops are there. And I'll find my bleeper. One of them, Denovan, apparently said, "You come over here and I'm going to kick your..." And Deke came over there, and there they went. Denovan previously said he would whip Justin. Justin's the 54-year-old brother. It's hard to keep them all straight. He threatened to fight both Justin and 21-year-old Jesse. He wanted all of them. And Deke stood up for brother and nephew and did the actual fighting or choking, allegedly. Of course, everybody denies everything later. Although Jesse apparently told police in the report, Dad gets hot-headed. That's referring to Dad, who is Justin. But it was Deke with the chokeout. Oh, boy. Any of the above Dollards were probably bad actors in this, and I'm sure the victim wasn't exactly completely innocent as well. This is a bar fight after all. LPD, Lander Police Department, asked Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation for help on this because they don't get a bar fight fatality every day in Lander. And from what little we know right now in the Claire McFarland story, Deke may have applied about 26 seconds worth of choke hold, and that was enough to have Denovan, the victim, pass out, turn purple, and die. All three Dollards still being held to date, as far as we know, and Deke is the one charged with second-degree murder. Deke, what we know of him is not a lot, but his LinkedIn lists him as a U.S. Bureau of Land Management field staff law enforcement ranger. He started that job in May of 2016 and listed on LinkedIn to the present date. Previously, he had been law enforcement for the U.S. Forest Service, also with the BIA officer at the Bureau of Indian Affairs. He was a smoke jumper back in the late 90s, early aughts for the Forest Service. So he's been in government employ, often as law enforcement. So you would imagine he knows some moves. He knows how to put people into submission, etc. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but no good comes after 10, as they say. In this case, 11. We'll be right back. We got a lot of good coming still. Stay with us.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Hey, yo, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I got to do a little paperwork here. Sorry, I got Sharin Nariman joining me. And I have Sharin scheduled for tomorrow. Let me just make sure I'm right. That's going to be really interesting discussion. That's a former political prisoner of Iran, where they are going through, you probably know, some great unrest right now. Well, maybe Sharin is now. I thought it was Friday. I could be wrong, and we better get right to him if that the case. Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right, let's pivot. I'm ready. Sort of. I think we can make it happen. I'm not really prepped and ready. Okay, here we are. I had my fancy playing music and it ended. So I had this on the schedule for tomorrow. So that's my mistake. Stupid me.
Good morning.
Good morning. How do we say your name? Sharin?
Sharin, yeah.
Sharin, we're going to talk about Iran, what's going on there. Obviously, we see it in the headlines for really now about 2 weeks of solid just demonstrations, unrest. Not the first time that the people have been opposed to leadership. President Trump has vowed, look, if it keeps up, I'm going in there. Don't do anything to the one prisoner. And, you know, I can imagine heads are coming off. That's how they deal with things in Iran. Tell me about your experience there. And I can't imagine. You really got to keep a low profile, I would imagine, if you are certainly if you're non-Muslim and if you're at all opposed to leadership there in Iran.
Well, first of all, good morning.
Good morning.
What is happening is, it doesn't matter that what ethnicity or religion you belong to. The thing is that the Iranian regime cannot tolerate anyone who's opposing them. even for simple things, civil matters, for better living. And this round of uprising started because of the terrible situation of living and income and being able to go day by day, even in Iran. So it started with that, but because people are seeing the huge amount of corruption and also the lack of any kind of freedom. Our lawyers are in prison, our students are in prisons, our reporters are in prison, podcasters. Think about all of them. So there is no room for doing anything except what Ayatollah wants you to do. So that's why people revolt. That's why people came out to the streets, and that's why they know they have no way of returning, and they have to go forward, and they have to fight the regime for their for their liberty, for their dignity, for their their regular, very simple human rights that you and me have it here every day. They need to have that too, and therefore they want that.
It has to reach it has to reach really bad conditions for citizens, certainly, to revolt. They know what the consequences could be. That has to be really brave. What about you? What are your experiences there? When were you there, and what are your own personal experience in Iran?
So I was during the revolution, 1978-79 revolution. I was a teenager. Of course, I had family members that were very active and very anti-monarchy and anti-Shah. And we wanted it really, even then we wanted it, the freedom and democracy. And, although it looks like that it was much better than now, but at the time it wasn't really equal, not even equal. It wasn't really going anywhere with the corruption and everything. But so 2 years after the revolution, when there was still a glimpse of democracy, halfway democracy we had, I was a senior at my high school, and I was arrested in home because of I was supporting a specific group, Mujahideen Khalq. They were very popular, and they were very progressive. They were really looking for, they were saying that what the Ayatollahs are doing by imposing the supreme leadership, that means that one person can rule and decides for everyone else. It was exactly like Shah. We had the king, and he made all the decisions, and he would put prime ministers. Now with the current one, the supreme leader has all the power. All the power is in their hand. So that's what they were opposing, and that's what I was opposing. I was arrested. I was in prison for 2 years. Unfortunately, I learned to grow up very quickly and tolerate the pain and hold my tears. Every morning there was an agony of that your name would be called for interrogation, and that meant it wasn't just a simple interrogation. It was, first you had to endure some torture, some cable lashes on your body. Then they would start asking you any question at all. So, and in the afternoon, every afternoon, right, like before the sunset, they would call a list, and we knew that those people that are called out, they are called out for executions. So they had to grab their stuff and they leave. And I think more than anything, for me, those goodbyes, those last minutes was the worst thing in my life. And I never forget that, when your friends, your cellmates, your relative, they are called out, and this is it, and this is the last time they are going to see them. And they tell you that don't forget me and remember me when Iran is free. So that was my experience. So that's why I fully understand what is happening right now in Iran.
Terrifying. We're talking to Sharin Nariman. She's a political prisoner, late 70s. What we see going on in Iran, very much similar, very much the same. The people revolting against leadership. Sharin, what is do you know what is leadership in Iran? Often we hear if the UN or if President Trump wants to get involved in negotiation, who do we talk to? Because it feels like it's religious clerics who run it for whoever is the supposed leader. It's hard to understand who really calls the shots in Iran.
Well, as I said, it's the supreme leader of Iran, which is Ali Khamenei. He's the one that is sitting there and making the decision, but he has, people that are supporting him for that effort because they want to have an ironclad control in Iran. And at the same time, with their mismanagement and with the level of corruption that we have in Iran, the country has been destroyed. One wrong policy from the beginning after the revolution, it was, no matter who sits in the White House, is that they try to change the behavior of this regime. Whereas we know this regime is brutal and has no good intention at all for anyone, for you and me sitting here, for people in Europe and people for the region and inside of Iran. So, and Iranian people have been fighting for past 4 decades, around 47 years now we are fighting. So, we got to stop this channel or this rail of thought that we should talk to the regime. We got to stop that. This regime doesn't understand any talk. And anytime that you talk to them, that means that you're empowering them to kill more people. I mean, right now, if with the news that you hear that, maybe, we should continue talking. Continuing talking means to the regime, it gives the regime this sign that we are still in power. They are not done with us. And we are going to be ruling Iran. So let's kill people. And they are killing people. They are attacking houses. They're dragging people out of their houses and they take them. And right now, the news is that more than 50,000 people have been arrested. We have some estimate as high as 15,000, 20,000 people have been killed. We really don't know. But the pictures that is coming is bodies piled over bodies. So, to me, if I have one message is stop talking to the regime. But at the same time, I'm not asking for military intervention or boots on the ground or money or missiles, nothing. As long as you have a very tough policy toward Iran, like freezing all their assets anywhere in the world, starting with the United States. They have 2 offices in the United States, in D.C. and in New York. Shut it down and expel all their diplomat and attaché, cultural attaché, different things that they have, religion attaché, kick them out within 24 hours. And then, freeze all their assets. Many of these rulers in Iran, their family and children live in America with the stolen money that comes from Iran very easily. Next to you and me in DC, in Ohio, in Cleveland, everywhere you go, you see them. In Atlanta, a bunch of them, and many of them are in Atlanta. So we have to be paying a good attention and take them out of the picture. That gives a very strong message to the regime that we are done with you. We are not going to talk to you anymore. And we are going to support people for the regime change by their own. Believe me, when regime sees all these signs, they would be so scared and so weak that they start fleeing Iran. And these are what we need. And unfortunately, doesn't look like that we are still there yet.
Well, if any president of the United States could be the one who, rather than negotiate, which I could see, just empowers Iran. If you say let's negotiate, it feels like, see, we are somebody, we are respected. They want to negotiate with us. Yes, it's time for tough actions, maybe short of bombs, maybe leading to bombs, but tougher actions than talk. and negotiation. And perhaps President Trump is that guy. Is that really the recourse? Do people in Iran, that are in these protests, can they do it themselves within their country? Or are they really looking outside and saying, who can help us? Probably not going to be Russia, China. Like, do they really look to the United States and say, please do something, get involved?
Well, don't forget that the United States always says the last word in everywhere. So
True.
Then it does matter. It does matter what the U.S. says and what the U.S. is going to lead. This administration can also easily ask from all their allies in Europe. IRGC is not in the list in Europe. So why? Why should it be? So I think if they lead the way and ask their allies also to list the IRGC in terrorist list, freeze all their assets, don't allow them to the diplomats and IRGC members to travel to Europe, West, or any country in the world, then that shows that Ayatollahs are trapped and weak. And at that point, if people can, fight back very fast and in big volumes. Look, even now that we think they don't have anything, they make Molotov cocktail on their own. We saw the pictures. People are fighting back, So we should legitimize, first of all, their fight. They're fighting for their liberty. So recognize their fight and don't call them terrorists or anything like that, because these are individuals who are fighting for their liberation from the theocracy. So that's what we need to recognize. And when Ayatollahs and all their surroundings sees that all the doors are closed on them, then I bet with you that they fall very, very quickly, quicker than what anyone thinks. But we need actions. We need tough actions. We need to stop saying that, maybe we should negotiate. And remember that the surrounding countries around Iran, even Qatar, Saudi Arabia, other places, and anything around us, they don't want to see Iran is liberated and is free and is independent, and there is a democratic solution to this regime. But the key is Iran to bring stability not only to the region but also to everywhere around the world. When Ayatollahs are incapable of funding their proxies in the region and also in Europe, then you and me are safer here. People in Europe are safer. These are all the keys, and it can be done now by being exemplary, and just throw the all Iran diplomats and attaché right now within 24 hours from the United States. Then others follow. And that would bring a big impact to the Iranian regime. So these are things that we need to pay attention to.
Stability in Iran, that rogue nation, could help in Syria, could have many far-reaching implications. Sharin is with us, former political prisoner for 2 years in Iran back in the late 70s. And what we see going on now has just been ongoing since then. And it's got to look like and feel like flashbacks for you. Thanks for coming on. I'm glad you're safe. And I hope somebody listening, maybe up there in the White House, takes some of your advice. I like it.
Me too. Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Cowboy State Daily is Sharin Nariman, and let's take a break. We'll get Mike Gierau in here next.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Let's get back right to it. Conversation with Senator Mike Gierau, SD17, representing Teton County, which is still in Wyoming. We always have to say that, Mike.
Always have to say that. Good morning, Jake. How are you?
Good morning. I'm pretty good. Of course, I am not watching, or I'm not at least close up watching the bloodletting that is Cuts. Oh, my goodness. The JAC, the Joint Appropriations Committee, which this guy sits on, Minority Floor Leader, Senator Gierau. Yowza. I think we were maybe ready for some fiscally conservative Freedom Caucus type budget tightening, but I didn't know it would get here. Let's start with the defunding and dissolution, basically, of the Wyoming Business Council. That's still the buzz right now. That's a surprise.
Yeah, Jake, as a ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, I've almost served 8 years. I've never seen anything like it. This isn't a. I've had my issues with the Business Council. Everybody has their opinion, and maybe a reset was in order. But this was a knifing and a street fight. I got a 58-page bill sitting in front of me today. We defunded them 2 days ago. I got a 58-page bill in my hand here that completely is going to disassemble it, and actually has some very far-reaching implications beyond. For broadband, the way I read this bill, that's over. I'm actually worried. What I'm reading today is about long ago, tourism was part of economic development. Today, tourism is our second largest business. And in Teton County, it happens to be the main business for my constituents. And I'm worried about, I'm reading through it right now as we get ready to go at 8 a.m. to talk about this bill. I see sections in this bill where I think hurt tourism. And so we've got a lot of talking to do about that. But yeah, Jake, this whole business this week with the Freedom Caucus, this has been the most, I have to say, 2 days ago, I was ashamed to be in that room. And I've been here 10 years and I've never been ashamed to be here. As a matter of fact, it's been an honor to serve the people of Teton County every day. And this was something beyond that. This was, I know my friends in the Freedom Caucus, I know they felt like they've been treated badly as they've risen in power, and that they've been treated badly by some of their Republican Party members, and aren't that many of us Democrats here, but maybe they felt that we treated them badly. But this is a revenge play. And they spread, the thing that's tough about it, Jake, is they deal in fear. That's what they sell. They sell the fear of a fiscal cliff that we're about to drop off of. Jake, I'm on appropriations. I'm on capital finance and investment. Our financial position in this state has never been stronger.
Yeah, we're doing good.
We've got one of the 10 largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, almost $1 billion. 35% of our state budget comes from interest income on $34 billion in deposits. Our treasurer, our former treasurer, who now happens to be the governor, and capital finance and investment, and the state loan and investment board, the top 5 elected officials, has shepherded us to a place where we have, in a time when we talk about federal level, we're spending our children's inheritance. In Wyoming, we're investing in the future. We're investing in the future of our kids and our grandkids. And while we have trouble keeping them around, we know that when they come back, they're going to have funding to do the things that they need to do without raising taxes. And you know what? We've got the money. I've been here when we didn't. I've been here when we've had to look our state employees in the eye and say, we can't give you a raise. 2 days ago, we voted to do it, and we've got all the money we need to keep them paid at a fair rate. But now, the way the Freedom Caucus has it set up, for the next 3 years, no one's going to see a penny. And we're going to be 5 years behind current market, and our state employees deserve better. And the state deserves better. The Business Council and the University of Wyoming. I was at the basketball game last night over in Laramie, and I'll tell you what, like say, I'm a Democrat. There ain't many of us here. And when I walk on the floor every day, it's 29-2, 29 Republicans and 2 of us fighting Democrats, Chris Rothfuss and I tell you what, felt like Wyoming playing last night against San Diego State. We lost by 17, but that's the way it starts with me every morning when I walk in. And so, coach is gonna bring the team around, and the team's pretty good. They just had a bad night. But I'll tell you what, we fight here, but this fight is going to take everybody. We're going to need to get, this is round 1 of a 3-round fight. And starting February 9th, we're going to take this budget up on the floor. And I'm hoping that the people of the state of Wyoming take a look at what we've done this week. Take a look at what the Appropriations Committee has done and call your legislator. Tell them this is wrong. We need the Business Council. Small business can always use a hand. This isn't a handout. This is helping businesses survive and thrive. And I'll tell you what, I think the governor gave us a great budget, a balanced budget. We've got no choice. It's in the Constitution, crying out loud. So he gave us a good budget, and they've just cut the heck out of it. And it's just for no reason, none.
Yeah, as Senator Gierau, we're talking to Mike Gierau, Senator District 17, Teton Democrat. As he points out, if we're falling off a fiscal cliff as a state, you could understand some panic cutting. This isn't panic cutting. As Senator Gierau points out, it does feel like fear cutting or cutting to make a point. When it comes to where we go from here. Now, this is just committee, out of committee, a 9-3 vote on one of these issues. So it's not a done deal. It has to go to the floor. Senator Gierau, give me an idea of where the influence of those who are doing the cutting, and we'll say it's Freedom Caucus, but whoever they are that are cut, we got a belt tighten. Do they have that kind of influence in the Senate? I'm wondering if they're not more, they have the bully pulpit in the House, but maybe not as much in the Senate. Could the Senate slow down some of these cuts when we get to February?
Well, Jake, the Senate's always been, and I tell you, I served 2 years in the House, and now I've been 8 years in the Senate. And I tell you, like, when I came over the first day, I felt like I was home. In the Senate, it's a one-on-one game. There's 31 of us, and it takes 16 people to do anything. We don't have the luxury of not talking or listening to all of our colleagues, every single one. And I'll tell you what, I've listened to them, I've talked to them, and I think that you're going to see a more tempered attitude from the Senate on this. But we're going to need help. We're going to need all the help we can get from the people of Wyoming. The great thing, and I'll give the Freedom Caucus their due on this because they deserve it. Because the last 2 years, when we've done these budget markups, they've been kind of coy about what they want to do, and they do most of their work on the floor later on in February. This time, to their credit, and I kind of gigged them a little bit about it. I said, if your ideas are so good, bring them out during markup. Let's see it. Well, they have.
Yeah.
And I thank them for that. But now the people of Wyoming are going to get, between now and February 9th, when we come back, people of Wyoming are going to get a chance to see what this is all about and hear about it and read about it from their school boards, their special districts, people that are getting hurt here. And I'll tell you, I think that when they talk to their legislators, pick up the phone and call their legislators, say, I don't like this, change this, do this. That'll back us up. So when we come back down in February, we'll have heard from the people. It's an election year. Everybody in the House is up. Half the Senate's up. I'm up. My seat's up. And so, I want to hear from folks. I want to hear what they think. And then I can come down because that's the way this process works. And that's when it works the best, is when the people get a chance to come down. And I'll tell you what, I hope they come down here in droves. I hope the students from UW come over here and by the busload. I hope small business owners show up here and bang on the windows like it's a hockey game and tell their legislators, this can't stand. This has to change. We've got the resources to do it. We can help people. Oh my gosh, some of the cuts. We cut federal funds for Indian health. Our tribal friends out on the reservation, $58 million from the federal government. It's not even our money. It's our tax dollars, but we get to authorize it and get to say this goes here. And we said, no. Why? It just hurts people. It's vindictive and it's mean. And like I say, it's been a very tough week here. Toughest week I've ever been seen.
Yeah. Well, Senator Gierau talking about some of the vicious cuts. We're talking about a state that's not in dire straits fiscally yet cuts. Basically, the dissolution. I thought it was just cuts and let WBC die a slow death. But as Senator Gierau points out, no, there's actually a draft, actual wording to get rid of the Wyoming Business Council. CEO Josh Dorrell will be on later. We'll ask him about that. Wow.
Yeah. This 58-page draft. This didn't fall out of the sky.
Yeah.
And so, no, this has been on the books. This has been in the works for a long time. Like I say, I've been reading over it this morning. I just got it yesterday, and a 58-page bill, and then we got to take it up at 8 a.m. So, I got here at 5 o'clock this morning. I knew I was going to be on with you, and I've been reading it over and thinking, wait a minute, what's this? Where's this? And some folks had written and said, hey, I'm worried about the tourism department because we used to be in the economic development. Well, it's in here and it could affect them. And like I say, I've been pretty much I'm a homer for the hospitality industry and the tourism. It's our second largest industry, like I say, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Well, whether it's proposed raises to state employees that the governor had in mind that are on hold, cuts to the university, and the dissolution of the Wyoming Business Council, we're seeing things we've never seen before coming out of appropriations. We'll let you get back to reading, Senator Gierau.
All right. Hey, Jake, thank you, and thank everybody, and thanks to Cowboy State. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Senator Mike Gierau, we got to bust out of here for news. Let's do that. Thanks for making us a part of your Thursday. We're back with more. We're just getting started.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The CEO of a tribal health clinic and a state lawmaker are voicing concerns over a legislative committee's push to block $58 million in federal money. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the denial, which is not final, was part of a slew of proposed Wyoming Department of Health cuts.
The Appropriations Committee majority voted to block $58 million that was to go to tribal health clinics on the reservation. It was 100% federal funded. And I got to talking to Representative Lloyd Larson, who's overseeing the health budget. And he was like, if you block this Medicaid money from these tribal health clinics, what tribal members who qualify for Medicaid will do is they'll go get care in Thermopolis, in Riverton, in Lander, and guess what? In those clinics, the state pays half of the Medicaid coverage, whereas in tribal clinics, they pay 0% of the Medicaid coverage. So what this is actually going to do is take a big fat gouge to the state's bottom line.
As a former House Appropriations member, Representative Larson oversaw the Wyoming Department of Health's budget for 8 years. The former Campbell County High School football coach fired in November for a profanity-laced outburst aimed at a player has been cleared by the state board that licenses teachers and coaches. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Ora Garst says he's grateful and wants to coach again.
They dismissed the complaint. However, they did admonish him, saying, you need to address this. The coach really says that's fine. And that's what he said at the time he was fired. He said, yeah, there's no denying it. I did it. He said it's not in his nature to do that. He hadn't done that before, but although he thinks it was an overreaction, he doesn't contest it because he says you've got to be responsible for your actions.
The Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board dismissed a complaint against Ora Garst last month, clearing the way for him to coach again in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, watch out for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk and at night. This message brought to you by the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
988 is for Mike, who's struggling to move on. For Lydia, who's overwhelmed by the pressure of doing it all. For Eric, who feels sad and lonely this time of year. For Helen, who's so anxious she can't sleep. 988 is for them, for you, for Wyoming. To get free support for a mental health or substance use crisis, call or text 988. Available anytime, day or night.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Yellowstone is considering 3 permanent routes to replace its flood-damaged North Entrance Road, which is a hybrid center alignment emerging as the preferred option. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi explains why the $300 million project could take 5 to 9 years to build.
The construction timeline will depend on the solution chosen. It could go anywhere from 5 years to as long as 9 years because it's an ambitious project. You're talking about brand new infrastructure. Most of the plans require new road embankments, new bridges, wildlife underpasses. They require so much money and so much effort to do this. It's not a long distance between Mammoth Hot Springs and Gardner, Montana, but you're talking about a canyon, you're talking about river systems, rock slides. All of these things need to be factored in. So everything's been designed. All they're doing now is getting public input on which design they'll go with, which they have one that they're heavily favoring. And once that design is selected, construction can begin as soon as 2027.
Yellowstone National Park Director Cam Shawley met with citizens to hear their ideas and encouraged comments and criticisms, saying the decision made today will extend beyond any of our lifetimes. A photo capturing 2 coyotes in a standoff over a bison carcass in Yellowstone National Park depicts the canines with their backs arched, raised paws, and baring their teeth so aggressively it might be easy to assume they were ready to rip each other apart. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that biologists say, it's all for show.
One coyote was on the bison carcass eating it. The other one came along and started doing this really weird arched back pose. And so the other one jumped off the carcass and they kind of went back and forth like that for a little bit. He said they did tussle a little bit, but they didn't seriously fight. And then finally they apparently settled it. The one went back to eating. The one backed off and waited until the first one was done and then went and took its turn.
Robert Crabtree, the founder, chief scientist, and president of the Yellowstone Ecological Research Center, tells Cowboy State Daily that coyotes are highly evolved and complex species, and many of their behaviors remain a mystery. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
The American Heart Association funds research that leads to medical breakthroughs, trains people in CPR, and certifies hospitals to provide the best care for people who've had a heart attack or stroke.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association.
One simple act today can save your life or the life of a loved one.
Heart disease is the #1 killer in America. To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
Getting back to it, hour 2 of the Cowboy State Daily Show here on this Thursday. Casey Anderson joins us. Casey is the wildlife photographer who put those motion sensor cameras, those trail cams up in the bear den and forgot about them for a decade and then caught some pretty cool stuff, man. I want to talk, and you want to talk, I think, about a little bit about big cats, mountain lions. We just had the recent Kristen Kovacs, 46-year-old, killed while trail running in Colorado. It is rare for mountain lions to attack humans. Let's start there, Casey. In all your experience, at least in the United States, and I do want to talk about big cats elsewhere in other species, but the mountain lion, the Rocky Mountain lion, the puma, whatever you choose to call it, the cougar, what do you know of its behavior? For one thing, you'd be lucky to even see one, but much less have it attack you. What do you know of the mountain lion that we know in Wyoming and Colorado? Were you surprised by this news?
Yeah, good morning, Jake. Definitely. It is so rare. I think we've had, the statistics are 20, 30 fatalities in the last 150 years in North America. And there's a lot of mountain lions out there, and there's a lot of people out there. And it's amazing that there are not more interactions, encounters that are not great. But that just shows the nature of this animal. I mean, I like to call them like the ninjas of the mountains. They are one of the most elusive animals on the planet. In fact, when it comes to filming wildlife, they are one of the hardest animals to find in the wild. And it's because they don't want to be understood. They are masters of hiding. And I'll tell you what, I've had a fair amount of luck over the years, but it's taken me a long time to film mountain lions. And they live right on that fringe, right next to people. That's kind of their prime habitat. And we don't see them. And when we do see them, we think that we've like seen a ghost or something because they are so good at not being seen. But the truth is, and I've seen this through my film work, they're there all the time. I see them in people's backyards, just on the fringe. I've actually filmed hikers hiking up a trail and mountain lions within 10 feet of them without them even knowing, just watching them walk by. So if those mountain lions really wanted to kill and eat people, they do it all the time. That we are not on their menu. These are animals that kill deer and elk every week. And that's how every time they eat, they have to go out and tackle an animal. It's very fast and very strong that has, good nose, good eyes, good ears. So if we were on the menu, we don't have those things. We'd be easy pickings.
Yeah, when you think about what big cats like a mountain lion choose for prey, it's usually something smaller than, it can handle. So rarely does a full-grown adult fit that bill. It's usually looking for something that might be a little bit injured or compromised. Sometimes I see like a roller skater may be attractive to, or a kid may be attractive for its size for a mountain lion. He sees something small. He sees something that's walking in a tottering manner. And for the mountain lion, it may trigger like, oh, that's something wounded. I can take that down easy. For the roller skaters, also, it's weird in California that the speed of which, a human can move on roller skates may trigger a prey response. But for the most part, yeah, mountain lions aren't looking to eat us. But are they looking to have conflict with humans similar to bears? I don't see mountain lions being protective like bears of a food source of their young. But maybe. What do you see, Casey?
It's complex,
Yeah.
First and foremost, I think that we've got to realize two things. Mountain lions are not out there trying to kill us and eat us, but they can.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It is a possibility. So we have to have our guard up. And the reasons they're forced into those situations mostly is out of desperation. And it's a changing world out there, Jake. Our habitat for their prey species and them is going away at a crazy rate. So they're being forced into these kind of, little areas that they're not used to being in. For example, like deer, people are watering their yards. They're, have their shrubs around their houses, and deer are attracted to those areas. And then when their prey species comes, and the mountain lions are forced to get closer to people because that's where all the animals are. And they're an animal that is very territorial. If the biggest, baddest, strongest mountain lions live in the prime areas, and those who are not, the young and the old and the sick, they're the ones that are in those fringe areas that happen to be the same areas that people are using. So when you have a desperate animal, sometimes it will take a desperate route. And that may be looking at what you said, like the roller skater, the mountain biker, the person that's alone walking at dusk. Those are the things that you have that desperate animal, you have that unique situation. Those are when things like what happened in Colorado happen. But that comes down to management. It comes down to management of habitat, comes management of the prey species and the predator. I mean, when we've reached saturation with predator numbers, we have to manage them. So there is a real balance there. And yeah, it's a tough one because, honestly, we need mountain lions out there. They're an amazing part of the ecosystem, but we have to learn to live with them. And part of that is understanding who they are. And yeah, they will protect their young. If you did walk up on one that was on a kill, it may growl and hiss and make a bunch of noise. But mostly, 99% of the time, and I've encountered a lot more mountain lions than most people have out there when we're walking around the wild, they will hide from you. And if you look at them and they see that you can see them, they will run away. That's happened to me 100% of the time.
Yeah.
And I've had a few cats that stood their ground and made some noise because they had no way to escape. But I think it really does come down to is like, hey, people, we live with mountain lions in our backyard. And just like with bears, how can we coexist? We have to understand who they are, how they interact, and what their behavior is like. And, if you do encounter a mountain lion, you got to know what the right thing to do is.
Yeah, it's important to know how to act. Casey Anderson, wildlife photographer. We're talking about mountain lions, the nature of them. I have been out in the backcountry. I've seen lots of bears, black bear and grizzly. I've seen wolves. I've seen mountain lion is the toughest thing for me to spot, especially in the light of day. It's very rare. They're so elusive. And given, as Casey says, where they choose to habitat, which is right abutting, where humans are, it's not exactly, the boar grizzly that's in the backcountry. You'll never see, the grizz. Some of these elusive grizzly, the big cats are right around us, man. That's just how sneaky and elusive they are. They don't want to be seen. They really don't. And their usual go-to when they do spot a human and you spot them is to hightail it out of there. What about big cats elsewhere? Do our mountain lions act similarly to a big lion or a leopard or a cheetah that you might see in the Serengeti? I don't know.
Yeah, big cats, cat's a cat in many ways. Yeah, they have a lot of similar behaviors. But, I would parallel mountain lions to leopards. They're another species that lives next to people all the time, interacts with people all the time. Super elusive. If I was going to compare them to elusivity, wise, I've seen more snow leopards in the wild than I have mountain lions in the wild. That's one of those animals that everybody's like, you get lucky if you see one in your life. And that just shows you how good mountain lions are at hiding. We have thousands of them in the West. And if you can live here your entire life and see one of them, you're lucky. Tigers, I've done a lot of stuff with tigers who also live on the fringe of humanity are losing habitat and losing prey species. And they too, in a desperate situation, will go and eat people. That's just the reality of it. But the truth is, again, the truth is somewhere in the middle. They're not monsters trying to eat people all the time. I see people online all the time saying, "Oh, mountain lion was stalking me. I saw its footprints in my footprints." Truly, if mountain lions were stalking you wouldn't even know it. That's just the bottom line.
Yeah.
They see you, they hide and crouch, and people mistaken that for being stalked. But the truth is, they're not monsters, and they're not big fuzzy things that you can go up and pet and they're going to purr. The truth is in the middle. We have to respect them. We got to realize they're a predator. They are capable, and we have to give them their space. We have to give them their food. We got to give them their habitat, and they're going to mind their own business. And when we encounter them, we got to know what to do.
I want to share that cool mountain lion shot you gave me. I'm going to do that later. I haven't set it up yet, though. Casey Anderson, wildlife photographer. We're talking mountain lions, their behavior, and how elusive they are. How tough it is to even get a sighting. Where mountain lion is hunted, you see the success rate is not great. You need dogs. Without dogs, you're not even going to get a mountain lion. And it's just really tough for them to even see. Do you set out specifically, Casey, to shoot mountain lion, or is that a bonus when you were looking for something else? What would you do differently if you say, today I'm going to try to capture a mountain lion?
Yeah, I love that question, Jake, because it is one of my, specialties over the years. It's one of the animals that I am the most infatuated with trying to find, because they're so hard.
It's hard.
And I've had some luck, and I've had luck without dogs. And it comes down to using some technology. I use thermal stuff, things like that, night scopes when they're out there and the most active. But I'll tell you where I really tap into is that old school tracking stuff. I watch for magpies and birds that will actually see them and follow them around, knowing that they're going to leave a kill behind. Listening to the calls of magpies, knowing if they are looking at a mountain lion or not, they make a very specific alarm call. And it's also just knowing where to look for them. And I've had some great success. I've done several documentaries on mountain lions, and it was one of those holy grail things for me. It's like people say, "Oh, they've never been filmed really well," and I'm like, "Well, let me go try." And I've had some good luck with it. But I love it. It's a challenge. Like, I can go out for months and never see one. And then I can go out and I'll see one every day for a month if I get lucky. And it's just getting to know them, know where they're going to be, marrying that technology with that old school tracking, and it can be done.
That is so neat. And I know that exact magpie call because I hear it all the time. I've got a house cat that's half feral barn cat. And when he's out, the magpies make that same chatter call. It's got to be the same thing. Yeah.
It's exact same thing.
That's funny. Casey, thanks so much, man. We got to have you on all the time because people are fascinated by wildlife in Wyoming and the Rocky Mountains. And why not? They should be. And fascination with the big cats? Yeah. Not fear, fascination. Get informed, more informed, and take the necessary precautions. But to see a mountain lion, treasured experience. To be on the wrong end of one is very, very rare. But we'll talk more about that Colorado incident. Thanks, Casey.
Thank you. Anytime.
Have a great day. Don Day weather forecast coming next, and we also will get with Congresswoman Harriet Hageman shortly.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Go to that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go? Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. We're the family. Come on. Yeah! Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait, I don't know.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman going to be on here in just a moment. First, let's get to the day weather forecast. Don Day. Don will be kind of the opening act for a congresswoman. Don Day, I have a question for you that's weird.
Okay.
You're always ready for the weird ones. I don't know why I thought of it. Oh, I'll tell you why I thought of it. I go to your homepage. I go to the Day Weather podcast page, and there's a predominant use of yellow, the color yellow. Lots of things are yellow, probably to signify sunshine. Wyoming gets a lot of sunshine. I just read a story the other day that said the sunniest cities or sunniest places to live if you crave the vitamin D. And then Wyoming, I'm thinking, we got a lot of sun, solar works here. We got a lot of wind power work. In fact, if you were going to harness the green energies, sustainable energies, sun and wind, you could do a lot worse than Wyoming. How does Wyoming do for sun in general? Do we get a lot of sunshine? Are we a sunny state?
Well, we do. And if you think about it, where we are on the map, we're far away from oceans, about as far away as you can get. So we don't have a lot of moisture naturally moving in. So we do tend to have quite a bit of sunshine. Now we're in the mid latitudes, which means like what we're experiencing right now, you have shorter days, you have longer nights. So you have to put that into the equation as opposed to, let's say, someplace like Albuquerque or down further south where the lower latitudes, you have longer days. But yeah, we do get a lot of sunshine here. In fact, you have to go, it depends on how you look at cloud cover statistics, but we're just as sunny as other parts of the Western United States, even just as sunny as parts of northern Arizona. So yes, we do get a lot of sun here.
I thought so. It's also interesting to see how maps can be skewed and you get a wrong sense of where Wyoming lines up latitudinally. Is that a word? Like,
sure.
Like compared to, countries in Europe or other states in the U.S. It's, you can get a false read on that. It's interesting.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, too, is you remember when we used to have globes?
Yeah.
They were round, and everything else. And if you look at the latitude of where we are compared to other parts of the world, I mean, when you realize a lot of Europe is a lot further north than you think.
Yeah.
So like France is closer to latitude for us as compared to England. Even parts of France are more north than here.
Yeah, it's really deceptive. And it's also why Greenland's not really that big. So I don't know why Trump wants it so bad.
Well, it looks big on a map.
Looks gigantic, right? But, what do we know? How's the weather look today?
Well, I tell you, we need to focus on two things. This is the tale of two sides of Wyoming. Because where you're at, if you're in western Wyoming, you're really not going to notice too many changes over the next 48 hours. But the first of several Arctic waves hitting into the nation's midsection is going to sideswipe the eastern counties of the state from later today through Saturday morning. It's just going to be, I'll just say it, just yuck. It's just... if you're out in eastern Wyoming, like Gillette, Lusk, Casper, Cheyenne, Wheatland, Torrington, you're going to look at 60-mile-per-hour winds. Temperatures for most of the day tomorrow only in the 20s. So that's going to drive wind chills down into the single digits and below zero. There'll be a little bit of light snow. And some of this will get right up to the Continental Divide. But if you're west of the Divide, you're just like, oh, the weather's great. Nothing's going on. But it's going to be kind of raw. Just enough of a westward push of that Arctic air to affect those eastern counties of the state. And that's going to make things a little bit colder for the start of the weekend as well. But the western side of the country still is dominated by this big high pressure ridge. There'll be times next week, Jake, you and I will probably be talking about it snowing in places like Atlanta.
Yes. Well, yikes. Yeah, I saw that a high wind warning, high wind watch for some localities in the eastern part of the state tonight through much of tomorrow. And when that's combined with 20s, that's the kind of cold that gets in under your puffer. Ooh, man.
Yeah. A lot of people say, "Woo, bring back the warm."
Right. They're never happy, Don. Hey, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast, Cowboy State Daily. Let's get right back into the Zoom room and continue the morning discussions with U.S. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. There she is. So, a lot of things we're going to talk about. Our listeners would already know if they just sign up to receive the weekly newsletter updates, Wyoming Roundup. I hope you've signed up, and I don't know too many politicians doing that. I love the way you not only get out there, but you let people know what's going on, like few others. Like,
I appreciate that, Jake. But in a republic, which is a representative form of government, I think it's very important that people know what we're doing back here. I think that it's just critical that people have the kind of access that we provide.
So statewide, our Appropriations Committee has been hard at work in some shocking cuts, some big gouging. You as well in D.C. doing, you're in the middle of appropriation stuff. 2 more bills passed the other day. I think you got a dozen in total. All these spending bills have to be done by January 30th or, oh my goodness, do we even say it again? We'd be looking at another woe down. But how's that going?
It is going very well. As your listeners know, we finally ended the government shutdown in November, and we have the Appropriations Committee, the House Appropriations Committee, had already passed 12 of the appropriations bills by that point, and that's how many bills we're supposed to pass. What we agreed to with the deal for opening the government was that we would do the continuing resolution until January 30th. And in the meantime, we would be working on these appropriations bills. So far, the House has passed 8. And I believe that the Senate will take up the 2 that we passed yesterday. And so that will cover 8 of the various aspects of funding our government out of the 12. So every time we get another appropriations bill passed, I think it lessens the chance of another government shutdown because it doesn't make sense. We have funded the Department of Agriculture. We're funding the Department of Interior. The ones that are so important in Wyoming are the ones I'm identifying.
I like
we funded, the programs related to state and foreign policy yesterday. So we are going, appropriations bill by bill by bill. We've now passed 8 of the 12, and I am optimistic that we're going to be able to finish the other 4.
Many Americans, I hear this a lot, Congresswoman Hageman, maybe you can speak on it. We like certain things being funded, especially ags, health stuff. I mean, that's all. I want to talk about defunding. I just get so frustrated when I see things at home that need attention, dollars, and yet the U.S. is giving money through the UN to this country, that country. This gets frustrating. Let's talk about defunding instead of
I'm
funding.
actually going to give you some specifics of what we did just yesterday.
Yes.
This is about defunding. I'm pulling it up on my phone right now just so I can make sure I've got exactly the right numbers. This is what we did for the first time in decades in this appropriations bill. First of all, we cut almost $200 million going to these UN programs. But in addition to that, and I think what's really important is historically there have been what have called directives, and they are mandates in our law that we are required to fund certain programs with the UN. And that's why people are always asking me, what in the world, why are we funding all these crazy programs with the UN? Why are we sending them our money? What we did yesterday in that bill is we took those directives out. So in the future, we don't have a mandate of funding these programs. And this includes $100 million for Gender Equality Action Fund, $247 million for the clean energy programs, $175 million for West Bank and Gaza, $49 million for the Montreal Protocol Multilateral Fund, $71 million for Global Peace Operations Initiative, $10 million for UN environmental programs, and those are just some of them. Another $14.2 million for the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. That's that very corrupt organization that has been screeching with their hair on fire about climate change for so long, when even their own studies don't prove what they're claiming in their summaries. But what we did yesterday is we actually adopted a bill that does exactly what you've said, which is we're cutting money going to these programs. But what is really significant is we also have abolished or gotten rid of those directives. So we have the ability to take that money away.
Let's change gears. I like all that stuff, by the way, Congresswoman Hageman. Let's change gears. Let's talk about the greater Yellowstone grizzly. Brian Nesvik, you know him from Wyoming. He just testified the other day. You've got bills towards this effort. The grizzly bear has recovered, yes?
Yes, it has. For over 2 decades, the state of Wyoming has done a phenomenal job of managing and protecting the grizzly bear population. It was listed as threatened in 1975. As of about 2001, we met the recovery goals of over 500 bears. We now have over 1,100 bears. The Fish and Wildlife Service refers to the greater Yellowstone area as being saturated, and that's why you're seeing these bears move into areas that are not typically their terrain or habitat, because there isn't any room left in the recovery area. So we had Brian Nesvik before our committee, our subcommittee, Water, Wildlife, and Fisheries, the other day, and I talked to him about why it's so important to get the grizzly bear delisted. I know that the Fish and Wildlife Service is working towards that. This will be the 3rd time that the Fish and Wildlife Service has actually delisted the grizzly bear, and the enviros run to the crazy judge in Montana and get an injunction against our ability to delist the greater Yellowstone ecosystem grizzly bear. But hopefully this time it will stick. Obviously, Wyoming's been very successful in managing the gray wolf since it's been delisted for a good 9 years. And I know that we will continue to manage the grizzly bear as well. We've already invested over $50 million in grizzly bear recovery. We have 9 people within the Game and Fish Department that work on grizzly bear issues. Our state agency is very good at this.
Let's talk about the buzzy news of the hour, of the day, really. This Operation Metro Search, certainly the death of Renee Good, absolute tragedy. It is hard to watch. It's horrible. But this operation, a lot of it overshadows some good things. And I want to talk about the immunization, of the naturalization, process. There was a ceremony in Casper the other day. But yeah, let's talk about the good that has come out of the ICE in Minnesota. 400 illegal aliens have been rounded up, pedophiles, rapists, violent people. That's what's going on.
That is exactly right. And I love attending naturalization ceremonies in Wyoming. I've had the opportunity to do that in Jackson, and it is a very emotional and beautiful event to be able to participate in. But that's the way it's supposed to be done. What is happening in these sanctuary cities is they are providing protections at the expense of their own citizens and other immigrants. They are protecting the worst of the worst of the worst. And we had a hearing this week, and the Democrats were pretty hysterical about screeching about what was going on in Minnesota. And I agree with you. What happened to Renee Good is a tragedy. She never should have put herself in that position. That is just simply, you do not try to interfere in a law enforcement operation. That is, we are a country of laws, and you cannot do that. And the entire thing is a tragedy for her family and for her. But at the same time, you look at the people that this operation has been removing out of Minneapolis, and the list is absolutely horrific. You know, Jake, I don't even like saying some of the words describing what these men have done. It is beyond barbaric. It is absolutely beyond barbaric. And that was the point that I made in the hearing earlier this week, was you all are screeching about this operation. The purpose of this operation is to protect the citizens and other people in the state of Minnesota and in those Twin Cities. And I, for the life of me, cannot understand why this hysteria and why they're willing to break the law as they have, and even put themselves at great risk. The people they're protecting don't care about them. The people that they're protecting would do exactly what they've done to the children or to others. I mean, we're talking murderers, rapists. We're talking about men who have attacked young children and sexually abused young children. And I do not understand why we would want them in our communities. We need them to get them out of our country.
Yeah, there have been victims. Certainly, Renee Good is a victim in the demonstration of what is going on with the ICE. But there have been victims of who ICE is going after. Those are the victims that we're most worried about. Talk about the new citizens doing it the right way on Monday. I saw a quote from somebody on the Facebook's posting on your Facebook saying, for anyone calling Congresswoman Hageman a racist, and I don't know that anybody is saying that, but and that she hates immigrants and you get the wrong impression. You know, people love to label and give wrong impressions of other politicians. This person said, Congresswoman Hageman and her team helped me through my immigration process. If it wasn't for their intervention, I'd probably still be unable to continue working to provide for my family. A lot of success stories that we saw Monday in Casper.
There are success stories, and I'd love to hear that. And I'm going to say what I have said on this program many times before. I have absolutely the very best team in all of Congress. My state, the folks who work on the casework, Trinity Lewis, the women in Casper, my folks in Cheyenne. I'm going to just say I don't know how. I feel incredibly blessed and incredibly fortunate that I have people who are so dedicated to the state of Wyoming. I needed to call Trinity well, it was late here. It was probably 9:00 here last night, and I needed to call her. And I don't like doing that. I don't like having to call my team late at night or on weekends, but I do sometimes. And she said, you called just at the perfect time. I'm at church checking everybody in, and I think I'm done, so I can take your call. And, you know, she's still working and doing what she needs to do at night to make sure that we're providing services to the citizens of Wyoming.
Well, you may have to bring Trinity and the whole crew over to the Senate side. What does that mean? Tell me about that decision. Who called who when it comes to Senator Barrasso, who said, yes, Hageman's the one you want? Did you call in a favor? Did that come as a surprise? And just tell me about what you think you can accomplish on the Senate side. It's kind of the House times 10. Is it a bigger office? I don't know. What does it mean for you?
Well, the types of issues that I have worked on over the years, Jake, both as a private attorney as well as in Congress. I think that with my skill set of understanding how the regulatory regime works, how these administrative agencies work, I think that I just bring a unique perspective to the Senate side, as I have to the House. As you know, I am the chairman of the Article 1 task force. And what that is attempting to force Congress, both the House and the Senate, to actually retake its authority for legislating rather than letting the unelected bureaucrats do that. This was a decision that I talked to Cynthia Lummis, and I want to say a couple of things about her.
Yeah.
First of all, Cynthia and John and I work very well together, and we have since the moment that I was elected in 2022. They have been fabulous mentors. They have been incredibly responsive. They have helped me in terms of understanding how this place works, navigating the system, introducing me to people. So we've become very close friends. But Cynthia's service to the state of Wyoming, I think, is probably unrivaled in our state's history. Being in the legislature, she served with my dad in the legislature in the early 1980s. At the time, she was the youngest person ever elected to the House. While she was in the House in Wyoming, she went to law school. She got married. She had a baby. She did all of those things. She was state treasurer. She worked in Gehriger's administration. And then she became our Congresswoman and then our U.S. Senator. And I just think she's a phenomenal woman. I'm very proud. I'm very humbled by the support of both of them. And I really look forward to going to work on the Senate side and continuing to represent Wyoming.
Yes, Senator Lummis, GOAT and big shoes to fill, but Senator Hageman has a ring to it. Yeah.
It's exciting times.
Thanks so much for everything. Finish up with that appropriation stuff. Couple more to go, right? 4 bills and we get back to business in America.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman recently announced her intentions to run for Cynthia Lummis' seat on the Senate side, joining Senator John Barrasso, who came out with a surprise, maybe. Not a surprise that it was coming, the timing. He's just early on. Senator Barrasso said, oh, yeah, Hageman's the one you want, and this is why. We got more coming up, including, let's see, who's next? I got to get ready for Josh Dorrell. That should be good. Josh Dorrell, CEO of the Wyoming Business Council. In the news lately? Oh, you bet. We'll get with Josh after this quick break.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our everyday. with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
And we're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Josh Dorrell joining us. He's the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, in the news of late as the Joint Appropriations Committee is taking the red pen to just about everything. Don't feel bad, Josh. They're cutting everywhere. My goodness. So, you've obviously been sort of prepared for this, maybe, but this is a surprise, even to longtime legislators. Wow, I don't know. Initial reaction, and thanks for being on, Josh.
Hey, Jake, thanks for having me. And I think your initial reaction of wow is exactly the reaction that Wyomingites need to have right now. It's really just a pretty short-sighted move, I think. And what we're hearing from people who are reaching out to us is that, they're starting to rethink their own business plans, and they're starting to reconsider what they should do in Wyoming, let alone the folks who are outside looking at us going, wait a second, I thought that this would be a place for me to move my business and to relocate. Ultimately, it's affecting our communities, our business climate, and our families. We already out-migrate more than anybody else in the nation. I don't know why we want to keep doubling down on that.
Out-migration it's like the word of the last year, 2 years, for a while. Out-migration. The loss of our best and brightest people, kids. We train them up, we teach them up, and then they go away. It's a loss. Josh, I want to talk about certainly success stories for WBC, things that you can improve upon, all that stuff, because it's important for people to know. Give me some ideas. And I remember a few businesses that, if not for the Wyoming Business Council, we would not see them put up a building. So much as anything, a lot of launches have been successful. Yeah. What are some of the bullet points you want to highlight? Wyoming Business Council success stories.
Yeah, I think one area that's a real bright spot for us is that Sheridan area with all of the light manufacturing. That business park was funded by the Business Council. Obviously, the community wanted that, needed that, but didn't have the funds to do it. And so the Business Council came in, funded the expansion of that industrial park, and then also funded the businesses that are there. And that's hundreds. I think it's approaching almost 500 workers that are in manufacturing now in that business park. That helps the entire community. But those wouldn't be here without that. And if you look at the resource extraction in Sheridan County has gone down over the years, which causes a lot of unemployment. That has actually been picked up by that light manufacturing sector. So it's the perfect example of that. At the exact same time, we took a look at Platte County. Its manufacturing has gone down in that same period of time because they're not investing in their community. And I think we've got to take a look at that and realize that maybe Platte County can't. Well, who's going to help them do that? The Wyoming Business Council. And if you look at even in the past couple of years, you look at Mesa Solutions, which is a natural gas genset solution that goes all over the world. They're building those natural gas generators here in Wyoming, and they have created a $100 million expansion, maybe more. We unlocked it with just a few $1 million of infrastructure. We're talking water, sewer, roads, the things that unlock growth in Wyoming. We do that because the town of Evansville couldn't do it. Now, Mesa could have moved away and started doing this on the Front Range. A lot of companies are doing just that. They're putting locations in the Front Range, the Wasatch Front up in Montana. They're looking around because they have a responsibility to their people, to their investors, and to the business to make sure that it thrives. We want it to thrive here.
And the kind of business sectors we're talking about that have been aided by efforts from Wyoming Business Council are across the board, right? There's energy, there's fabrication, there's tech, there's all of it.
That's correct. You know, one of the things that I think a lot of people say is we've been trying to diversify our economy for a long time. Well, the reason we're trying to diversify isn't to get rid of energy, it's to add to energy. And over the course of the last 6 years, since 2020, non-resource GDP, kind of that economic marker, has gone up. It's the only marker that's gone up in our state. And I think that is something that people need to realize, is that without an entity like the Business Council, we don't even have opportunities to do that. Those businesses will go other places, and the businesses that start here will leave as well. I got an email yesterday that the gentleman said, what's going on? Is Wyoming going to invest in its own communities so that we can stay here? We're looking at expanding, but we're reconsidering now expanding in Wyoming and looking to move elsewhere. It's reality. I'm not trying to, sensationalize this. This is reality, and we need to put our arms around it.
Yeah, I had on the show the other day one of the folks behind the defunding of Wyoming Business Council, to the point where it's essentially dissolution. I mean, defunding down to almost zero. Representative John Bear was on. He judges what's going on from the Wyoming Business Council. His way to do the report card is to take a look at some macro numbers that he said he's just not excited with. He's like, I don't see the influence of Wyoming Business Council at these macro numbers. Certainly when we look at micro, as you point out, specific cases, we do see success stories from WBC. What should we be looking at as the barometer, as the test?
Well, I think that macro is the first one to look at. And as I mentioned, non-resource GDP has actually gone up, which is what we work on. You have to realize the energy sector is so big in Wyoming that to say that we could control that with, all of the external forces on coal, oil and gas, trona, those are things that are really tough to overcome. So if you separate that out and say, what does the Wyoming Business Council really work on? It's that non-resource GDP more than anything. And that's gone up since 2020. So I'm happy to have that conversation. I'm happy to show that data. I'll provide it out to your listeners. That's the area. Now, the other part to remember about this, Jake, is that we're building momentum right now. So momentum in a small state is really, really important, because if you think about, again, those markers are going up. If those markers are going up right now, we're building that momentum. That will increase. It's just like a flywheel. The more mass you put on it, the faster you get it spinning, the harder it is to stop. Right now, we're at that place where if you stop it, it takes a long time to restart it. And that's just the opposite approach that we want to take in Wyoming. We want to build that momentum.
Interesting. You mentioned the momentum thing. In my mind, I see the ripple effects of the pond. What the Wyoming Business Council does, you drop something in the pond, the ripple, and it's not just the businesses you're helping. They're helping businesses. They're employing people. It all ripples out. It all comes together. Momentum, ripple, butterfly, whatever it is. So give me an idea. Let's circle back and go right back to Wyoming Business Council 101. What do you provide? You're funded by the state. You then, in turn, use those funds to grant for some businesses, business loans at a low rate. What is it? What does the money look like? And when you help a business out, what does that exactly look like? Whether it's a grant or a loan or what?
Yeah, thanks, Jake. That's a really good place to start, because the foundation, ultimately, most of our programs are intended for the community. So this is community-owned infrastructure for growth. So when we work with Mesa Solutions, we're actually working with the town bill to put in infrastructure. So the bulk of our resources go into community infrastructure for growth: water, sewer, streets, those kinds of things. We do have programs where we work directly with businesses. A lot of those are in business support. Those are the services that help them make sure that their books are right. The Small Business Development Center, Manufacturing Works, we work with them to make sure that businesses have the opportunity to run as efficiently as possible. But there are some matching programs that we do called Small Business Innovation Research grants, and we match federal funds. So there's a federal program that works on innovation that businesses can utilize. they're developing new technologies, new businesses, and we match those funds from time to time. The biggest part, and I think the part where it doesn't require a lot of money, so people think, oh, well, it's not that important, is in our services. We provide a lot of problem-solving services for communities to understand what their economy looks like, to look at what is stopping their growth and how to address that. We've done more in regulatory reform, which has unlocked growth. It doesn't cost the state a quote unquote dime to do that. It's just people power. And we've done that in a number of communities. That is important. We do have loan programs, as you mentioned. Those are with businesses directly. Those are statutorily developed. So that's in the hands of the legislature all the time. Those programs have been developed in order to fill a gap that banking won't fill, and that really keeps our Wyoming businesses able to expand and again pay back the state with interest. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing.
Young Wyoming entrepreneurs' ideas becoming reality, startup businesses, lights on in downtown Main Street in towns in Wyoming. All that stuff is aided by the efforts of Wyoming Business Council. Josh Dorrell is with us, CEO. There have been swings and misses. I thought the most telling thing for you was the fact that Senator Ogden Driscoll was on the other day. He said, look, nobody's had issues like I have with WBC. I'm not drinking the Kool-Aid. I don't love them, but I've had some issues with them, but we need them. I don't want them to go away. I am in their corner. So what are some of the things that you realize we got to get better?
Yeah, actually, that's how I started at the Business Council, was that exact thing. We need to take a business lens to this. So in 2020, we started saying no to projects. In full disclosure, we would fund almost anything that met the rules prior to 2020. And at that point, we said, look, that's not the right approach for us. We need to take a higher level of discernment. We need to continue to work on our programs to make sure that we're changing with the economy and not just do what we've always done. And so we're actually the most critical of our programs. We've cut a number of programs over the course of that 6 years because they don't serve a purpose. So as Senator Driscoll mentioned, we're not perfect. In fact, we're the most critical of us because we know that we can do better, but we need that legislative work to do it. And right now, what they're doing is sort of like cutting it completely down to zero. It's not even leaving anything left so that they can maybe restart something. But they have an entity right here that has actually been changing over the course of the last 6 years and wants to continue to change to better serve the people of Wyoming and carry out that legislative intent. Again, we're executing on legislature's intent right now, and we want to continue to do that, but we have to work together. And some of the misses are funding projects that maybe didn't make a difference in the communities, but we've continued to learn from those, change our statutes, our rules, everything that we can to make it so that those don't occur. It's a learning process. We're never going to be perfect, and we're always going to be more critical of us than anybody else. Josh Dorrell with WBC, Wyoming Business Council. One last thing, Josh, where do we do now moving forward? Where do we go? For the political machinations are the Appropriations Committee is simply voted giving its suggestion. I mean, this still has to go next month to the floors, Senate and House. Is by far not a done deal. What can we do? What lies ahead? What are you working on now? Yeah, I love that question. So we're working on a number of different levels, and I think people can get involved in a number of different levels. One of the things that we're working to do is really show the legislature we're willing to work with you. We understand, we hear your intent, but let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's make sure that we do it right. So we're working with a number of legislators now to bring back the Business Council in a way that's palatable to everyone, and we believe that we can do that. The other thing, though, is that I really think the public needs to get involved. If you think that it's okay to weaken our communities and make a landscape where businesses can't thrive and really break up families, then keep going. Cut us all to pieces. But if you care about Wyoming and you want to make sure that Wyoming is a place that businesses can thrive and families can stay together, you got to get out and you got to tell your legislators about that. You've got to let people know that it's important for the future. And I think Senator Driscoll said that. He's like, I'm looking out for the future. I'm not looking out for right now. I'm looking to the future of Wyoming. We've got to make sure that there are people who are focused on the future, and that's what we do. So I think getting out, making sure that your local legislators know, and also reaching out to us to tell us what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong.
I like it. Josh, what does the welcome sign to Wyoming say? Bring your ideas. Wyoming is open for business, or that sounds better for another state. It's small business and these stuff that has been supported by the Wyoming Business Council. It's the lifeblood of an economy, and Wyoming needs what you do. Let's see what happens. Josh, thanks so much. Glad you're on. We want to have you on again soon.
I'm happy to be here anytime. Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council, Josh Dorrell, in the news recently as lawmakers, at least on the Joint Appropriations Committee, voted 9-3 that a defunding to the point of dissolution for Wyoming Business Council. It was a shocker for many, especially those who have been going to Cheyenne for a long time. Longtime legislators surprised. Are these cuts for cuts' sake? Do they make any sense? We're going to find out in the future. Right now, though, we got to get to top of the hour news. Let's do that. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake just halfway through on a Thursday. More coming.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A field officer for the Federal Bureau of Land Management was charged Tuesday with second-degree murder. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 53-year-old Richard Deke Dollard allegedly choked a man to death in a Lander bar fight.
The affidavit says that there was tough talk and exchanges before this, and then the dad and son were getting in there and fighting, and then it describes Deke Dollard entering the fray and choking the guy while another of the suspects pulled the man's hood so that his head was yanking back, and then he fell to the floor. So Deke Dollard, who is accused of doing the chokeout, is charged with second-degree murder, but there's an alternate charge where, if it's more appropriate, the jury, if it goes to trial, could choose voluntary manslaughter, which is only punishable by up to 20 years in prison.
Deke Dollard's LinkedIn lists him as a U.S. Bureau of Land Management Field Staff Law Enforcement Ranger from May 2016 to the present date. After arguing with a homeless man named Earl over a $30 debt at a long-term stay motel, a 69-year-old man reportedly told Earl to die, bitch, and then shot him in the chest on Friday. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that a court affidavit available Wednesday says the encounter was caught on video.
They said the surveillance video showed him kind of standing over him for a bit, and then he went back into his room, and then 34 cars were there, responded, the SWAT team with their big tank. They finally got him out. These guys knew each other. $30 led to the guy being shot.
According to the Cheyenne Police Department, Harold Wayne Sarvis is facing an attempted second-degree murder charge. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, watch out for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk and at night. This message brought to you by the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
988 is for Mike, who's struggling to move on. For Lydia, who's overwhelmed by the pressure of doing it all. For Eric, who feels sad and lonely this time of year. For Helen, who's so anxious she can't sleep. 988 is for them, for you, for Wyoming. To get free support for a mental health or substance use crisis, call or text 988. Available anytime, day or night.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Natrona County legislators gathered Wednesday to preview priorities ahead of next month's budget session. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that the discussion was hijacked by some who were stunned over Tuesday's defunding of the Wyoming Business Council.
Every panelist weighed in on it. It was kind of like what turns out to be something of an ideological battle line taking shape around this microcosm of the Wyoming Business Council. And they're saying, what is the proper role of the state in the economy? You had legislators like Representative Elise Campbell, who wants to see the Business Council. And the big concern is the workforce. They say if we don't have educated workers, workforce, we're not going to attract employers. And if we don't have a business council that's here to help employers, we're not going to attract the workforce.
The Joint Appropriations Committee voted on Tuesday to dismantle the Wyoming Business Council, which is a publicly funded agency designed to boost business through state-backed loans and grants. Parents in Sweetwater County School District Number 1 are blasting the board for high vacancies, ignored comments, a surprise superintendent raise, and poor accountability. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows reports that despite promises, leadership isn't really offering any explanation amid ongoing turmoil.
Parents are frustrated that they're not getting answers from school leadership, from members of the school board. The school board is saying they're not responding. They're just looking into the complaints and need time to be able to come up with responses and do proper investigations. Board Chairman Cole Wright responded to an email received by Cowboy State Daily. His response was, quote, "We will continue reviewing matters brought up during last night's board meeting and via Cowboy State's outreach, and we will respond when our review is complete."
Now, the Wyoming Department of Education acknowledged this week that it had received formal complaints about the Sweetwater School District. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes. Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't. Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Welcome back after news break. Hope you're better informed than you were minutes ago. I am. Chase Markel is on this hour. Chase is a PhD working on his master's, I think, at UW. And he's got an interesting line of study that we're going to talk about. As University in Wyoming, Chase Markel has developed an AI, artificial intelligence model to study heart failure in cattle, which is a deal. It is a problem. Heart failure in cows at elevation. Old-time ranchers call it brisket. And we're going to learn more about it, how to identify it. That should be very interesting. Meanwhile, we're going to get on the show Mark Hines, and as far as Mark and I are concerned, brisket is just something that's on the menu. Brisket is dinner.
Dinner,
Mark.
Dinner. That's what they call the. That's one thing that threw me for a loop when I moved so far out east in Montana. I was essentially in the Midwest, and everybody was calling. I'd be going for somewhere to get my meal around noon, and they'd be, "Hey, what are you having for dinner?" That's all. I don't know. That's a few hours. Yeah, they call the midday meal dinner. So
I know, and then they call dinner supper, right? Supper, dinner, supper.
You betcha. Yeah, sure. Like the way they talked in that movie Fargo. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
You betcha.
Totally.
Anyway,
it's so funny. There is people who talk like that. Yep.
Oh yeah. Yep.
All right, let's talk about these coyotes acting weird, behaving funny. Oh, and by the way, tomorrow we're going to have the dude from Casper Planet on.
Awesome.
That's I know that
immensely
guy.
Entertaining.
Justin Hathaway is going to be on. His latest viral story is about the new coyote in Wyoming.
The new coyote.
The new coyote's much, much bigger. It's almost as big as a wolf.
It's a mega coyote.
It's a mega coyote.
There is some truth to that. The coyotes back east are bigger. They think because they got all kinds of like dog DNA and maybe some wolf DNA mixed in there.
And maybe they eat better. But yes, there's relative size of coyotes. These coyotes were trying to act bigger than they were. It was an interesting standoff over food, bison carcass.
Yeah.
And what were these coyotes doing? Did they mean business?
No, I was joking with Mac. It's like if you can just imagine two guys with Brooklyn accents, talking
you talking to me?
You talking to me? This is my bison over here. Get out of here. So it was. According to the biologists I spoke to, that's mostly. It's a lot of posturing and wolves are. Wolves get. Nasty with each other from time to time. They really will fight, and when they fight to draw blood frequently. I mean, that's how 907F died. It was in a brawl between rival packs, and she succumbed to her injuries a couple days later. But that's not unfrequent way for wolves to die in Yellowstone, is wolf on wolf conflict. But the coyotes, they'll tussle, but they don't really, like I said, they're more like those guys from Brooklyn. They just talk really tough, but then don't really.
That's That's what it seems like. It's a lot of hair puffing. And if you look at that's an interesting photo.
I love that photo. That photo's awesome.
Both of them kind of have their heads tucked like, I don't really want to fight you, but I might, It's a really great photo. And I'm glad you dove deep into it, got some expert opinion. It was pretty cool. Your story, just to prove Mark Hines knows what he's talking about. He's exactly right.
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm telling you, you can buy everything Mark writes. So you can believe these coyotes weren't really looking to fight each other, because he's dead right about the whole Osprey Canada goose thing. I have seen Canada goose steal Osprey nests, and I'm thinking,
oh, you've seen it? I've never seen geese in trees and stuff. But
totally
it's real. It's real. That all started because I saw a photo online, and it was like, I've been around honkers. I've hunted honkers most of my life, and but I've never seen them up in trees. But I'm like, that can't be real. So I checked with some people, and that's real. And that's kind of how they, got rolling into that story, which, ended up talking to Brian, about how, they actually have to make these tilting platforms to keep the geese, off of them until the osprey have a chance to show up and claim their nest. But
I've watched a local power company, Lower Valley Energy, go out and build new osprey platforms for them because the geese stole their old one, and it's nice. And I don't understand, also why geese choose to be up high like that. And it's weird. Osprey do have such great sight fidelity. They will come back almost to the day, like April, first or second week of April, to that same nest. And man, when they see a Canada goose there, I'm thinking, okay, who wins, Osprey versus goose? Because Osprey's got claws, he's got like a sharp beak, but gooses are so annoying.
Nasty. Yeah,
they're nasty, right?
They're ornery. They're ornery buggers. Yeah,
totally. Geese are like,
they're nothing to mess with, eh?
I mean, but similarly, I think the geese is all coyote. It's all talk. But the osprey doesn't know that. The osprey will back off and say, all right,
I think it's. It's like the folks the one biologist with Game and Fish I interviewed said they're opportunists.
Yeah.
If they find that there's a good place to nest up high, they'll nest up high. I thought it was funny, talking about how the goslings have to dive bomb out of the nest, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough. Well, I mean,
just bounce when they hit the ground. That's hysterical. Yeah.
I know that is the one downside to the goose choosing to nest.
No wonder they grew up to have such bad attitudes.
Right.
Let me tell you about my childhood.
Yes, my first childhood memory was the fall out of the nest. At least Osprey, you got a feeling that mom knows when he's ready to fly. Like, give him a little push, but the goose are like, get out.
No, the geese like, come on, time to go.
Oh, man. I feel bad for this little black bear in Jackson, about a 3-4-year-old sub-adult, just doesn't know. And like the rest of us, we're wondering what day is it? What time is it? What month is it?
Yeah.
Where am I? Jeff is such a cool dude, the wildlife dude.
Yeah,
Jeff
I enjoy talking to him. He's a sharp guy. Yeah.
He is.
Do you know him?
No. But I know of him. We have probably 3 degrees of friend separation. But local wildlife tour guide. He's the guy who noticed this bear, and
he's the one who got a photo of a lot of people. I don't know that he's still out. I think he's the bear.
He might be.
The bear has since gone to bed. But
yeah,
that's because I think you just what you said earlier isn't the Jackson. There's a lot of people in Jackson at any given time, because it is an attraction, but isn't that a core community of folks that actually live there? Isn't it a pretty small community? I don't know.
Hard
I
to
have
say.
I have to plead ignorance. I've only been to Jackson once.
There's a lot of traffic, but if you go to things like the post office, there's not that many, But as far as the roads, I think it's all tourists. But this bear, like the rest of us, is wondering, is it really January if it's this warm? And he doesn't know quite what to do. And by the way, the guy, the subject of the story, they took the photo that noticed the bear. He did mention Mark Hines. He shared the local newspaper News and Guide story about this photo. And then he shared yours, and he said, here's a much better story written by Mark Hines of the Cowboy State Daily. So that was cool.
Okay. Well, cool. I appreciate the compliment. I'm not going to, badmouth anybody else, but no, that's good to know.
Yeah. Good story. Yeah. And, I had on Casey Anderson, the guy who forgot his cameras in the bear den.
Oh, yeah. That was a cool story.
Yeah. And we were talking mountain lions today and how rare it is to hear about that fatality in Colorado. Mountain lions, you hardly ever see them, much less get attacked by them.
No, I think I've seen one at a distance. And I mentioned before, my dad was pretty much Jeremiah Johnson. He probably, after he retired at the ripe old age of, 47, he spent, almost his whole entire life outside. And I think he saw maybe 1 or 2 mountain lions. He didn't hunt them with hounds or anything, but if you're just out there, hiking around the woods, you're probably not going to see them because they are so incredibly elusive. But man, they're cool. But
they're very cool. They're cool to
critters.
see, but you're not going to get a glimpse of them. They're very elusive. They know what they're so sneaky. They're mostly at night. The daytime you're not going to see them, and they don't want you to see them. They're good at that.
I saw one. It was over in Sheridan. That's I jokingly list that as a place of it's on the list of places I've lived that Jimmy Orr doesn't realize I lived there.
I didn't know that either.
The running joke about Park County, but
wait,
no,
Twin Falls, Butte, Montana, and where out? Like those are the places you lived?
Well, just in Wyoming, it's been Sheridan, Cody, Powell, Laramie, Riverton. But anyway, I was over there in the Bighorns by Buffalo, and I saw one. It was during the daylight. I saw it off in the distance, and the tail was a dead giveaway. When it moved, you could see the tail, and it's like, okay, that's a mountain lion. And I saw it for all of about 2 seconds. But that is my mountain lion encounter story, and it was awesome. I loved it. But that's the only time I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I've seen some tracks. I saw one at a distance like that, and then finally, right outside my window, right over there, I was walking up that way, saw one pretty close. It was on an elk carcass, and I came up on it, and it was thinking about not moving. It was like, what are you doing here? I'm having a meal, and then
I'm glad you had that. I'd love to go out with some houndsmen, and see that, see like one up in a tree. That would be awesome. But well, no, I mean, The other funny thing is how many of the same places I've lived or the same places I've worked as other Cowboy State Daily staffers, just at different times.
Oh, yeah.
You probably have Renee on here on a fairly regular basis.
Yes.
You know that her and I both lived in Sydney, Montana, but like 25 years apart.
Oh, weird. No, I didn't know that.
Well, that's what I was talking about. You're so far out east in Montana, you're essentially in the Midwest.
Yeah.
That was Sydney. Yeah, you can.
I did not know that.
Yeah, you could toss a rock into North Dakota from Sydney. Or as they say out there in North Dakota.
Nodak. Or
Nodak.
Sodak.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Mark.
Anyway.
Have a great day.
All right, yeah.
And a weekend, yeah. Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Mark Hines. We'll be right back with Chase, straight out of Laramie, out of the University of Wyoming. Interesting studies for him. And get ready for some brisket. I'm slobbering already. I'm salivating.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
And we're back after break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Thursday. Chase Markel is with us. Chase, University of Wyoming PhD student from Wheatland. That's so cool. I love Wheatland, Chase.
Yeah, it was a great place to grow up, that's for sure.
Yeah. Let's talk about your studies, what you're doing. Truly unique in a way that we're talking about using AI for something beneficial. I'm afraid of AI because I'm of the age where, and you're not like an artificial intelligence genius. You're not techie. You're all about bovine, man. You're cows. But you're using AI to help identify cows at risk for congestive heart failure. Many old-time ranchers would refer to it as brisket, high-altitude heart disease, whatever you want to call it. The fact is, I mean, let's start there, Chase. What is it? Why do cows have heart trouble at elevation? It's weird.
Yeah, so the condition that we refer to, which causes congestive heart failure, is pulmonary hypertension. Okay. And you maybe heard about this because humans actually suffer from this condition as well. And it's essentially the same disease pathology. So what happens, particularly with cattle, and in humans too, I guess I'll just back up and kind of tell you how in general it happens. So there has to be an incidence of hypoxia. So that's lack of oxygen. And when there's a lack of oxygen, the lung starts to shunt blood to more efficient areas of the lung. So it collapses some of those vessels and shunts that blood to more efficient areas of the lung. And that's a great process because it's more efficient. But what it does is it increases that blood pressure within the pulmonary system. And when that blood pressure is increased over time, it backs up in between the lungs and the heart. And that increased pressure over time essentially wears out the right side of the heart, and they can die of congestive heart failure. And there's several reasons why cattle suffer from this, more so than humans or other livestock species. The major one is just their lung size to body weight ratio. Cattle have very small lungs compared to how large their body size is. So they have to feed a lot of oxygen to a lot of tissues with very small lung volume. There's another issue with collateral ventilation, which is a thing that humans can do and other livestock species can do that helps with that system as well. And cattle can't do that. And another thing that can make it even worse is the incidence of respiratory disease. And I think everyone kind of knows, or most people have heard, that respiratory disease is a very important disease in the cattle industry, and it affects almost everybody. And why that leads or can lead or is a risk factor for pulmonary hypertension is because it damages that lung. So when there's a damage to the lung that can cause hypoxia, they might shut off the circulation to a certain part of the lung because there's disease there, and that can increase hypertension in that system too. So, and then I guess I'll just move right on to elevation. Why at high elevation? Well, it's really an oxygen problem. So as probably everybody knows, as you go higher up in elevation, atmospheric pressure is actually lower. Okay, so when that atmospheric pressure is lower, the pressure of the atmosphere down to the surface of the earth, those oxygen particles go from being really densely compacted to getting further and further and further apart. So it just becomes a respiration issue at that point. There's fewer oxygen particles per respiration event. And that's why at severe altitudes, these cattle can suffer from that condition, because that's another respiratory insult, just not getting enough oxygen.
That makes perfect sense. All this stuff makes sense now, including the size of a cow's lungs. That's why they're so lazy compared to a horse. They just lounge around. They don't have the lung capacity to actually do stuff. I spent a summer throwing hay, bucking hay at Brooks Lake Lodge at 9,300 feet. I can't imagine a lifetime at 9,300 feet, what it's doing to your lungs, your heart, pushing blood through. All that makes perfect sense. What elevation are we talking about, for instance, with cattle? 5,000, 6,000 feet, more? Where does it start to really take effect?
Yeah, so this number is kind of adjusted over time. And at this point, it's kind of just a best guess. And this condition has changed. And the more we know about it. But right now, the acceptable kind of elevation is between 5,000 to 5,500 feet is what we would consider higher elevation, and you would need to start to pay attention to this. Above 7,000 feet, that's when it becomes a larger issue.
It's interesting. We're talking to Chase Markel. We're talking about congestive heart failure, heart disease in cows at elevation. It's a thing, and ranchers had to learn about this sometimes the hard way. We just had a story in the Cowboy State Daily about a guy who he tried to begin his first cattle, his first herd that he spent a lot of money on, watched them all die, did not know about bringing them from Kansas to Wyoming and watched them all fall over dead. It is a thing. Is there any breed that handles it better, Chase?
Yeah, so there has been a little bit of work on this, and it's a little bit of a polarizing topic when you start to talk breeds because people have their favorites. But what we know, what the data tells us, is that American horned Herefords seem to be the most resistant to this. And then polled Herefords kind of right there below them. So the Hereford breed tends to handle brisket disease and pulmonary hypertension a little bit better than most other breeds. The other breeds that we see that it affects the most are Angus and Red Angus. Now, I want to caution that Angus statement because I hear this all the time, that this is an Angus problem. This is an Angus problem. And it is true. A large proportion of the animals that are affected by pulmonary hypertension and brisket disease are Angus. But you have to take into consideration how many Angus cattle there are.
Yes.
A large majority of our beef herd in the United States are Angus. So we would expect them to have a little bit higher if you're just going to compare directly across breeds. So I want to caution everybody on that Angus statement. Even though it is a problem in Angus cattle, I don't want to be an Angus blamer.
No, and Angus is sort of the go-to preferred breed of Wyoming because it handles the winters so well. Your Hereford will drop dead of being frozen before the Angus will. So depending on whether the heart gets you or the cold gets you, yeah, that's interesting. Let's go back to now this disease and the study you're doing and why AI is involved. Now, you yourself would say, I'm not an AI guy, but you had the right conversation with the right person. Isn't that interesting? Timing and the right. So what is it? How can you use computer science and what studies what you're doing, which is a lot of what Tim Holt has been doing and a lot of what UW's, but you've been studying this heart situation with cows for a while at the university. Now we're applying some high tech to it. I love it.
Yeah, so I'll just kind of back up and share with you how this thing all started. So a lot of the work that I do outside of the story that's been published is just trying to characterize what the impact of this disease in subclinical cases is on carcass quality, feed efficiency, all of these production traits that we care about. So what we do a lot of is we study these feedlot cattle when they're alive. We'll monitor them throughout the feeding period for pulmonary hypertension with PAP testing. And then as we go through the harvest process, we'll actually follow all of those carcasses through the plant and collect data on all of those carcasses. And the one thing that we do that's extremely helpful for us when trying to diagnose subclinical cases, because subclinical cases are really, really hard to diagnose. Cattle hide this really well. But the one thing that we can do after they're harvested is look at their hearts. So I think in that article it was shared that there's this system that Dr. Tim Holt actually developed, which is a heart scoring system, and it allows us to see how affected each one of those hearts is, particularly the amount of hypertrophy or how big the right side of the heart is. So there's a sliding scale of 1 to 5, 1 being a perfect heart, 5 being severely, severely affected. So we would sit there in the plant, and as the hearts were coming out of the carcass, I would sit there and score these hearts as they're going along. And, anyone who's been in a beef plant knows that things move pretty fast. These carcasses are kind of flying. I'm trying to look at hearts and score them and keep track on my data sheet. And we're sitting there for hours and hours and hours a day. And I'm just thinking, man, there's got to be a better way to do this. And fortunately, I'm kind of a stats nerd. So, I talk to some of my statistics friends and colleagues and, learn a little bit about computer vision. And then I I talked to Dr. Sean Field. He's in the anthropology department, and he does work with computer vision. He uses satellite images to characterize these structures, these ancient structures. And I go, well, if he can do that with satellite images, surely I can just take a picture of a heart and have it score that heart for me. So what I did was, instead of just collecting this data and writing it on a piece of paper, I just started taking images of these hearts. And over time, I've collected thousands and thousands of images, and I went back through and scored them all, and kind of double checked everything very carefully. And then, Dr. Sean Field and a few others helped me write a program, and that uses those images and Dr. Tim Holt's sliding scale of 1 through 5, and trained it to score the hearts. And, as I went along, I learned more about computer vision, and it can be kind of tricky, and it's hard to get, the right model, and your accuracy is high. And somehow the first time we ran it, it was 90% accurate. It just really, it worked. We got kind of lucky, and it worked right away. And, now we have a tool that not only is easier on graduate students like myself, but it's faster, it's more accurate, and it's more consistent. And this way we can collect thousands and thousands and thousands of phenotypes that will allow us to build other tools like, EPDs or genetic tests or anything like that, that can help cattlemen make better decisions.
The usefulness of this, besides not having to hang out in a slaughterhouse getting all bloody for Chase Markel, is it's wide sweeping, fantastic. You got to get this patented, Chase. Patent pending?
Patent is pending. Yeah, we're working on some intellectual property protection, so that's in the works. Yep.
I like it. So, why do we have to know so much about the congestive heart, the heart condition of a cow post process? What does it mean if a score of 5 is given to a cow? Is that worse beef? I mean, I understand it has implications for the living cow. Ranchers will love to know, how do I care better for my herd? I don't want to see him dropping dead of this. But what does it mean after to the actual beef industry?
Yeah. I'm glad you asked. And I get this question all the time, like, okay, great, you collected all this data, but how do we use it? And the reason that we collect this data specifically in these subclinical cases is because these animals are sick. And they, like I said earlier, they hide it really well. And any sick animal is not a productive animal. And, we've got a lot of unpublished data that hopefully will get out soon that shows exactly that. They have poorer performance in the feedlot, lower rate of gain, lower live weights, lower hot carcass weights. It can influence marbling. It can influence the color of the meat. And a lot of these, more severe cases are being trimmed or even condemned. We've seen a lot of condemned carcasses lately because of the heart failure, because they have so much fluid in their thoracic cavity that they'll actually just condemn the whole carcass. So even though these animals are still alive, it's important to kind of understand what poor production traits or production traits that can influence the bottom line are being influenced by the degree that heart is changing. And by going through collecting these heart scores, we can understand which phenotypes are associated with those traits and try to build tools that will predict the disease. So we can use all of these heart failure or all of these heart scores in combination with production traits like average daily gain, the type of ration they're on, their breed, their sex, their age, all of these factors. We put those all together, and we could, use another type of machine learning model to predict, hey, this one might be a little bit higher risk for heart failure than this one over here. So maybe let's keep a closer eye on him, or let's sort him to a different pin, or do something else, or maybe let's do some more genetic testing on him and see if we need to get rid of him, or anything like that to avoid death loss, to avoid that loss in production variables.
Chase, you are a very interesting dude. You are like the high-tech rancher. I mean, this is just a ranch kid out of Wheatland who's applying all this laboratory, all this science to understand probably what cattlemen and ranchers have known for quite a while or suspected. You know, why do these cows from this ranch in Wyoming at 8,000 feet, we send them to the feedlot and they just don't put on weight? What's going on? Kind of known things, anecdotal things, and you're applying the science. You're peeking under the hood and saying, this is why. Brisket, this high altitude heart failure is so fascinating. What's next on your continued studies? Pretty soon we're just going to give you a doctorate and be done with it. And what's next for Chase Markel?
Well, we've got a lot. I mean, this is just one of the studies that our group is working on. We've got a lot of really interesting research that hopefully we'll get out there pretty soon. But what I wanted to mention is this is kind of the first step of improving traceability when it comes to diseases. And I know this is particularly focused on bovine congestive heart failure, but it can be applied to all kinds of diseases. I'm working on another model, the exact same kind for liver abscess, to try to track those down in the plant. And the reason why I think this is so important, and we keep track of this stuff in the plant, but we only keep track of it on a lot basis. So if a producer sends 100 head of steers to the plant, they'll get a report back that shows all of the information on a lot basis. Unless they have an EID, then traceability is a little bit better. But because these EIDs are in place, and if we start to use these computer vision softwares and things like that, not only are we identifying these and potentially harmful cattle that had issues in the feedlot, but now we know exactly which one it is. We can give that information back to the producer, and they can make better decisions, or they can change their genetics or whatever they need to do to improve. But right now there's this disconnect between plants and producers, and that feedlots kind of sit there in the middle, especially the larger ones, and that information doesn't always make it clear back to the people who are actually breeding the cattle. So my hope is that these types of tools actually improve traceability on a per head basis. And that information makes it back all the way to where that calf came from. So that producer can make better decisions and improve his herd and, hopefully improve his bottom line as well. So that's really the whole goal of this. I know this is kind of just a snapshot of that thing, but that's been my goal from the start, is just to improve traceability and help with this free flow of information all the way down the beef chain.
Yes, that's what I see, is you're completing the whole chain. Like ranchers, obviously, from hoof rot to brisket, have always been concerned with what's wrong with my cows. How do I make, better cows, healthier cows? But yeah, who's really followed it through the whole process? Right till, the cow gets on a plate somewhere. Very, very interesting. Computer vision software, AI applied to more than just this heart congestion and things in cows. Could be, you might be studying a lot of things for quite a while. Maybe, buy a home in Laramie. You might be there a while.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but what I wanted to mention is, in this industry, there previously has been kind of this disconnect with tech, and I think a lot of producers just don't trust it, and I completely understand that. Yeah, and especially AI right now. I think AI, like you mentioned at the beginning, is scary for some people because it's it doesn't really make sense. It's kind of this black box that no one knows what's going on. But, like you said previously, I'm not an AI guy. I grew up in small town Wheatland, Wyoming, and kind of just learned about this along the way. And what I would encourage people is just not to be so intimidated by it. It seems really scary and intimidating, and maybe you can't trust it at first, but if you really look into it, it's just a bunch of fancy mathematics, and mathematics doesn't lie. So, I would encourage people to maybe, step out on a limb and try some of these things just to see, maybe learn about it a little bit more. And I think once we do that, the ag industry is so data rich. There is data throughout every lifetime of an animal. There's crop data, all of this stuff, and that is perfect for artificial intelligence and these more advanced modeling techniques. We have so much data. We have the opportunity to improve so much. And I think this, kind of reluctancy to use some of those technologies, while I do feel it's warranted, I think it's kind of holding us back. And I hope maybe this is a step in the right direction to, showing that it can be really, really helpful.
Yeah, it's like data. It's a lost opportunity. Data gone to waste. It's a ready-made, inherently to be plugged into computers, and the marriage of artificial intelligence and the cattlemen. Even though it doesn't seem like a likely connection, your generation could be making that connection. Chase Markel, University of Wyoming PhD student from Wheatland originally, is working on some groundbreaking stuff in Laramie. Thank you, Chase, for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We got to take a quick break. Coming right back with more.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Yeah, what's going on this Thursday? A lot. My goodness. We got a lot of news nationally, in state. We've had tons of guests on this morning. Exciting times to live in, huh? Let's take a look at what's happened on this day in history, why don't we? Because there's nothing new under the sun. Ecclesiastes. It's all just repeating itself. History. News today was news yesterday, kind of thing. 1883, Cheyenne put electric streetlights out there for the first time ever. Cheyenne. Previously, they were just gas lights, right? 1883, electric streetlights come to Cheyenne. Union Pacific employees were required to wear blue uniforms beginning this day, 1886. UP. You know he works for the UP. He's wearing blue. 1890 this day, the 11th and final territorial legislature convened. After that, it would be state legislature. Also in 1890, Wyoming Supreme Court, in the first of what has become an ongoing series of decisions, found Wyoming's system for funding public schools unconstitutional. Boy, we talk about funding schools still today. January 15th, 1910, work was completed on the Buffalo Bill Dam. A school in Cooley destroyed by fire on this day in 1941. The first Super Bowl, which now an American celebration, the very first Super Bowl, Super Bowl Roman numeral 1, Super Bowl I, an American celebration today. That first one took place January 15th, 1967. Green Bay Packers defeated the Kansas City Chiefs. Final score, good trivia question for you. Who played the first Super Bowl and who won? What was the score? 35-10. Packers beat the Chiefs. This day, 1991, the 1022 Medical Company, Wyoming Army National Guard, deployed to Saudi Arabia. This day, 1991. All these things happen on this day, January 15th. Let's take a look at what Will's doing at the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today on the show, world champion tie-down roper Sharin Nariman joins us. He is qualified for 16 consecutive national finals rodeos. He talks about the young guns that give him a lot of competition, and he also talks about the class he came up with, like Caleb Schmidt, Corey Solomon, Tuff Cooper. The conversation with Hanchey coming up.
The Murdoch Hereford Ranch would like to invite you to the 59th annual production sale held 1 p.m. Tuesday, January 20th in Bowman, North Dakota. Offering over 600 head of elite Hereford bulls and premier Hereford influence production females, where our focus is on our customer and providing the genetics to enhance the efficiency, power, performance, and profitability of every Murdoch influence calf. For more information, visit our webpage at MurdochHerefords.com and come to the sale at Bowman Livestock Marketing Tuesday, January 20th and get the Murdoch advantage.
Winter certainly brings out its fair share of challenges, but also the quiet beauty of life out here in the West. At the Western Ag Network, we want to thank producers, families, and communities who keep our rural America strong even in the coldest months. Wherever winter takes you, feeding livestock, hauling hay or grain, or just heading down icy roads, we're here with trusted ag news and markets on radio, television, and social media. From your friends here at the Western Ag Network, wishing you a safe and steady winter season.
I tell people, our class was pretty stout, with me and Tuff and Caleb Schmidt and Corey Solomon and Reese Reamer, and we had quite a few guys that could go, man. And just looking back on it, it was sure fun. And that's one thing that was crazy to me. I was explaining this to my wife when we came in. When we were first starting to make the finals, we were 20, 21, 22 years old. Well, these guys that we were roping against were 36, 37, 38. And they were in their prime, and me and Tuff talk about it all the time. It's easy to look at the PRCA bios and say, man, well, these guys are old. Well, no, we're really not old. We're just old compared to the field, and we all feel good and, want to keep at it for a couple more years. But we're really excited about where it's going, how much money there is to be won at the rodeos. And, Riley Webb won $555,000 just at the pro rodeos, and not counting the other non-sanctioned events that he went to. So he won well over $700,000 last year over calves. And if you would have told me that was possible in 2010, the first year I made the finals, I would have probably told you you're crazy.
World champion tie-down roper Sharin Nariman on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
In the morning, Cowboy State Daily.
Well, look at the national news real quick. Four astronauts returned to Earth this morning, splashing down outside of San Diego, hopefully in the ocean. It'd be a little rough splashdown on land, right? They were forced to evacuate the International Space Station ahead of schedule. The first time a medical emergency has caused astronauts to have to come out of that space station. 2 Americans and astronauts from Japan and Russia, all 4 landed in a SpaceX capsule in the Pacific Ocean after a medical issue prompted NASA to move up the schedule on their return to Earth. They all made it back safely. Tensions continue in Minneapolis. A federal agent shot a Venezuelan immigrant, setting off even more protests, and tensions remain high in Iran as well. And what a treat, what an opportunity to have a guest on this morning. If you missed it, you got to go back and listen to our interview with Sharin Nariman. She knows what she talks about. We were talking about the situation now in Iran. It's been going on for just about 2 weeks now of protests, civil unrest, the people tired of their leadership. And it's gotten really borderline violent. It's gotten really bad, bloody. President Trump has threatened to do something about it. There was a scheduled execution of one demonstrator that was postponed, basically because President Trump said, if you execute this person, we're dropping bombs. We're coming in. It's getting nasty in Iran. And our guest on earlier today, Sharin Nariman, was a political prisoner of Iran during very similar demonstrations and protests in the late 70s. I think she said 1978. They came and rounded her up, knocked on the door, took her, and she was in prison for 2 years. She's now in the U.S., but she had some advice. She said the way to deal with Iran is certainly not to negotiate. You don't talk to them. They don't listen to talk, and they just feel negotiations empower them. She said you have to get tough with Iran, and she suggested, yes, people in Iran, the regular people in Iran, not the corrupt leadership. She said they yearn for the things we have in America that we take for granted, freedom, not only freedoms, but just the ability to live your life. Without the religious oppression, obviously Iran predominantly Muslim. And yeah, she said they want the same things. The people want the same things in Iran as we do here. And they do reach out to the United States. They do see the United States as a potential intervener, if not savior. They say, yeah, President Trump, come help us on what's going on with Iran. That was pretty interesting to have Sharin on this morning during a time of political unrest in Iran. To have a guest like that was such insight, really impactful this morning. Go back and listen to that interview. Let's check out what's going on with Game and Fish. Let's do that. Ray Hageman, what's happening with you?
A record number of anglers have achieved one of the more exciting fishing challenges in Wyoming. I'll explain in a minute. This is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. A record 210 anglers achieved the Wyoming Game and Fish Department's Wyoming Cut Slam in 2025. The Cut Slam is a fishing challenge in which anglers catch and document the state's 4 native subspecies of cutthroat trout: Bonneville, Colorado River, Snake River, and Yellowstone cutthroat, all in their native drainages. The previous single-year Cut Slam record was 200 anglers back in 2020. Since the program started back in 1996, 2,766 anglers have achieved the Cut Slam. 2025 marked the 8th consecutive year when more than 100 anglers completed their Cut Slam. Recipients receive a personalized certificate and vehicle decal from the Wyoming Game and Fish. And since the summer of 2018, they also get a medallion from Wyoming Trout Unlimited. Anglers from 3 countries and 49 states have completed the Cut Slam. Rhode Island is the only state without a resident who has completed the challenge. Now, the Cut Slam was the idea of the late Ron Remick, a former game and fish fisheries supervisor in the Green River and Pinedale regions, who worked for the department for 25 years. Remick developed the Cut Slam to draw attention and appreciation for the habitat needs and management efforts for Wyoming's cutthroat species. Cut Slam opportunities often give anglers a unique opportunity to catch some of Wyoming's more charismatic fish species in the midst of spectacular scenery, providing those anglers with special experiences. Anglers simply need to catch these species in their native ranges, take a photo of each species when they are caught, then submit the photos along with the application that they can find on the department's website. For more information about the Cut Slam and other fishing challenges offered by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department, go to the Game and Fish website, hit the Fishing tab, and look for fishing challenges. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department in Cheyenne, Wyoming. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Yeah, thank you, Ray. That Cut Slam was record. Cut Slam breaks its own record. 210 anglers participated in the 2025 Cut Slam. It was big. Cowboy State Daily Show continues, but we got to bust out of here for news. We'll be right back after that with the final hour of the show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. The CEO of a tribal health clinic and a state lawmaker are voicing concerns over a legislative committee's push to block $58 million in federal money. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the denial, which is not final, was part of a slew of proposed Wyoming Department of Health cuts.
The Appropriations Committee majority voted to block $58 million that was to go to tribal health clinics on the reservation. It was 100% federal funded. And I got to talking to Representative Lloyd Larson, who's overseeing the health budget. And he was like, if you block this Medicaid money from these tribal health clinics, what tribal members who qualify for Medicaid will do is they'll go get care in Thermopolis, in Riverton, in Lander, and guess what? In those clinics, the state pays half of the Medicaid coverage, whereas in tribal clinics, they pay 0% of the Medicaid coverage. So what this is actually going to do is take a big fat gouge to the state's bottom line.
As a former House Appropriations member, Representative Larson oversaw the Wyoming Department of Health's budget for 8 years. The former Campbell County High School football coach fired in November for a profanity-laced outburst aimed at a player has been cleared by the state board that licenses teachers and coaches. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Ora Garst says he's grateful and wants to coach again.
They dismissed the complaint. However, they did admonish him, saying, you need to address this. The coach really says that's fine. And that's what he said at the time he was fired. He said, yeah, there's no denying it. I did it. He said it's not in his nature to do that. He hadn't done that before, but although he thinks it was an overreaction, he doesn't contest it because he says you've got to be responsible for your actions.
The Wyoming Professional Teaching Standards Board dismissed a complaint against Ora Garst last month, clearing the way for him to coach again in Wyoming. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, watch out for wildlife, particularly around dawn and dusk and at night. This message brought to you by the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
988 is for Mike, who's struggling to move on. For Lydia, who's overwhelmed by the pressure of doing it all. For Eric, who feels sad and lonely this time of year. For Helen, who's so anxious she can't sleep. 988 is for them, for you, for Wyoming. To get free support for a mental health or substance use crisis, call or text 988. Available anytime, day or night.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Yellowstone is considering 3 permanent routes to replace its flood-damaged North Entrance Road, which is a hybrid center alignment emerging as the preferred option. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi explains why the $300 million project could take 5 to 9 years to build.
The construction timeline will depend on the solution chosen. It could go anywhere from 5 years to as long as 9 years because it's an ambitious project. You're talking about brand new infrastructure. Most of the plans require new road embankments, new bridges, wildlife underpasses. They require so much money and so much effort to do this. It's not a long distance between Mammoth Hot Springs and Gardner, Montana, but you're talking about a canyon, you're talking about river systems, rock slides. All of these things need to be factored in. So everything's been designed. All they're doing now is getting public input on which design they'll go with, which they have one that they're heavily favoring. And once that design is selected, construction can begin as soon as 2027.
Yellowstone National Park Director Cam Shawley met with citizens to hear their ideas and encouraged comments and criticisms, saying the decision made today will extend beyond any of our lifetimes. A photo capturing 2 coyotes in a standoff over a bison carcass in Yellowstone National Park depicts the canines with their backs arched, raised paws, and baring their teeth so aggressively it might be easy to assume they were ready to rip each other apart. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that biologists say, it's all for show.
One coyote was on the bison carcass eating it. The other one came along and started doing this really weird arched back pose. And so the other one jumped off the carcass and they kind of went back and forth like that for a little bit. He said they did tussle a little bit, but they didn't seriously fight. And then finally they apparently settled it. The one went back to eating. The one backed off and waited until the first one was done and then went and took its turn.
Robert Crabtree, the founder, chief scientist, and president of the Yellowstone Ecological Research Center, tells Cowboy State Daily that coyotes are highly evolved and complex species, and many of their behaviors remain a mystery. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions, and it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
And we're back after news break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday, final hour. Patrick Klein is here. We're going to talk about the work of Vision Beyond Borders. Patrick, the CEO of Vision Beyond Borders. We've been talking, Patrick, all morning about the international stories of the day, whether it's President Trump snatching Maduro out of Venezuela, whether it's the unrest in Iran. We had an Iranian political prisoner on the show today. Back in the 70s, she spent 2 years in incarceration. What's going on in Iran? Unbelievable. These happen to be places where your folks go and smuggle in Bibles. Dangerous work. Yeah, so let's start with what is the work you do? By the way, Patrick Klein in the 1980s began his own missionary work, traveling the globe, and then turned it professional with Vision Beyond Borders in 1994 in Casper. So, Patrick, what have you been doing? What is the day-to-day to Vision Beyond Borders?
So, Jake, we
we've been working to get Bibles around the world. We've also been sending a lot of humanitarian aid to the Syrian refugees. I think we've sent 30, 40-foot containers of clothes, medical supplies, hygiene supplies, even school supplies into Jordan for the Syrian refugees. We've sent containers, we sent a container not too long ago into Cuba for a nursing home. We take a lot of supplies around the world. We have a bunch of orphanages that we support, and then we help refugees in the refugee camps. One of the camps is on the border between Burma and Thailand, and they have 60 kids that have been rescued out of Burma because of the war there. So we have teams go there and minister to them, help out there as well. And then we support ministries that work to rescue women out of trafficking, women and children out of sex trafficking around the world.
So, yeah, whether it's Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, China, some countries around the world where people need immediate relief. They need something right now, today, and that's where your group can help out, whether that's clothes, food. But we know in the long run, the bread of life is the gospel, the good news, and getting Bibles into these countries. I want to talk about how you do that and the challenges of doing that. Let's take, for instance, China. China's a major player now globally, certainly in the economy and the market, up and coming. But to practice Christianity in China, it's probably not a good idea. What is the thirst for the Bible, for the news, for Christianity in China right now, and how do you go about meeting that?
So the hunger is very strong. I mean, many people are searching. The government has kind of come down on the people and said, if you say anything against President Xi or against the government, it's 12 years in prison. So they've kind of silenced everybody from being able to talk about what's really happening in China. They clamped down on the churches even at Christmas. They could not have Christmas gatherings, stuff like that. But there's a hunger for the Word of God. You can buy Bibles at the government church if you're a registered pastor with the government. If you're not registered with the government church, you cannot buy Bibles. You cannot get them. I actually went there for 31 years working with the underground church, worked with two pastors. One of them spent 22 years in prison for his faith. The other one spent 20 years in prison for his faith in Jesus Christ. And so we would bring many, many Bibles to them. But I have been kicked out of China twice now, blacklisted for bringing Bibles in. So we have other ways we're slowly trickling to get them in, but it's become very difficult with facial recognition software and fingerprint scanners. It's become very difficult.
Incredible. I was listening a little bit to your new podcast. You got over a dozen episodes now, a podcast, Confessions of a Bible Smuggler podcast. Really interesting. Learn more about what Vision Beyond Borders is doing on the internet, visionbeyondborders.org. It's fascinating. You've placed well over 6 million Bibles into the hands of people around the world. Let's talk about Venezuela. It's in the news right now. Of course, Maduro snatched out of there by Trump. He was kind of a Hugo Chavez, Fidel Castro, the long line of situations. And Venezuela, this has been brewing for a while. What is your efforts there?
We started, Jake, about 6 or 7 years ago. We know a lady in Montana that actually worked for us, and she's from Venezuela. And we said, how can we help your country? And she said, can you help us get Bibles in? So over the years, I think it's been over 300 to 400,000 Bibles we've been able to send into Venezuela by container. They had reported how bad life was. Some places people were making $1 a month to survive. And I have been to Colombia, going back again in a couple of weeks. But even in Medellin, Colombia, there are so many Venezuelans living on the side of the highway, under overpasses, on the streets, mothers with their children begging just to get food to put in their kids' bellies. I mean, it's just horrible what Maduro and Chavez did to destroy that nation. And, you know, even when we go to Cuba, we see the house that Fidel Castro built for Chavez. It's not far from the church we go to in Cuba, but he built a house for him. Chavez spent like the last 2 years of his life in Cuba getting medical treatment for his stomach cancer. And so Cuba and Venezuela have been very, very much tied together. But it's just, I'm so thankful for President Trump going in and getting Maduro out. He is such an evil man and he and Chavez did so much to destroy that beautiful country.
Patrick Klein is with us, CEO of Vision Beyond Borders, spreading the good word to nations everywhere. Iran, Iranian uprising, it's now in 2 weeks of these protests, this uprising. I don't know if this has anything to do with what I hear sometimes is a spiritual awakening in Iran. They are Muslim staunchly. It's probably very difficult to even find a Christian, but is there a movement there? And is that why we're seeing people, challenging their leaders in Iran?
There's really something amazing happening in Iran. I heard 93% of the people that come to faith in Jesus Christ have had a dream or a visitation from Jesus. And now they say that the number of Christians could be surpassing the number of Muslims. And I heard a story this morning about a young man, and his brother was killed. This man's in a free country now, but his brother was killed in Iran. He was a prisoner. He was killed in Iran just recently. His mother, in order to see her son's body and get his body, she had to pay for the bullet they used to kill her son.
Oh.
And now she says, I don't believe Islam anymore. I don't believe it. And this is what's happening. I've been to Iran twice. The Persian people are some of the most beautiful people you'll ever meet. They are so hospitable, so kind, and just they go out of their way to help you. I couldn't believe how nice they were, but they're so hungry for hope. And that government has just so oppressed them and pushed them down. And, people disappear all the time during the night. I heard a report today that even a man got out by his car to Turkey, and he just said they're killing people left and right in Iran. And it's just horrible what this Islamic government is doing to just destroy the people. And, when we were there, the first time we went to the only restaurant in the country that was allowed to have live music. And the people, you could see them, kind of dancing in their seats and everything else. They were just grateful for a little bit of freedom, a taste of freedom. But it just the mullahs have just pushed these people down so bad, and the people are pushing back. They're saying we've had enough.
Yeah, I'm glad you used that word hope, because from what I know of the Muslim faith, Buddhism, whatever it is, nothing offers hope like Christianity. Hope. I mean, it's real, and people gleam onto that if they have none where they live the day to day, if there is no hope. So that's an important word. Patrick, I want to talk about the actual nuts and bolts of getting Bibles, beginning with that. Humanitarian aid, yes, but getting Bibles into these countries. How exactly do you do it? Money, donations, how much does it cost for a Bible? The Bibles are, I assume, in appropriate languages for wherever they're going. And what is the physical, how do you get them in there? Are they in luggage? How does it all work?
So when I first started going to China, 40 years ago, we would carry them in our suitcases, and we would just pray, because you had to put everything through X-ray machines.
Oh.
And so we would pray that God would do miracles to get us through it. And he did so many times, Jake. It was amazing. And I remember even my first time into Iran, I had 80 Bibles in my bag, and I was the only one on our team that had Bibles. And I'm thinking, what am I doing? I'm flying from Istanbul, Turkey to Tehran, on one of the most radical Islamic countries in the world, and I have Bibles in my bag. Lord, I really need a miracle. So we landed at about 2:00 in the morning. Women were putting their burqas on and their fedoras on as we're landing. You could feel the oppression in the air. And so we got off the plane and we went to go through immigration. And then this guy came over. He said, we have to fingerprint you because you're from America. He said, come with me. I love America.
Oof.
I've been in over 60 countries in the world. I never heard anybody in immigration say, I love America before. And so I go, we could get our fingerprinted, and then we go, he says, now go back and go through customs. So I look over this balcony, and down below are 2 X-ray machines. This is about 3 in the morning, and there's nobody in customs. I'm like, Lord, this is good, you know? And so I load up my suitcases with the Bibles, and I start walking up by the X machine, and this man steps up out of nowhere. And he says, sir, put your bags on the X machine. So I put my bags on the X machine. I thought my heart was going to come out of my chest. It was pounding so fast and so hard. And so I put him on the X machine. He said, you guys tourists? And I said, yes. And he said, where are you from? Now my bags are getting ready to go into the machine, and they can see everything inside the bags. And I said, we're from America. He said, you're from America? I love America. You can go right through. Take your suitcases off the X machine. You can go right through.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's prayers answered. That's a God thing. Yeah, I can't imagine just sweating bullets in all those situations. What did the Bibles look like, Patrick? I know very often reading or the physical Bible is too big, or reading is too much of a problem. Audio Bibles become super popular. Are you doing that?
We do that. We actually been taking them into the red light districts in India, because a lot of these girls don't know how to read and write.
Oh.
And so we've been taking them in there, and the hunger for the Word of God, even in the brothels, has been amazing. They got a little player, a little audio Bible, and like 8 girls just sat around and listened to the Word of God, and they were so excited. So we're working to get more in there, and we try to get it to them in the way that is best for them. You know, like even years ago in Vietnam, they said, please don't put Holy Bible on the binding, because if the police raid our house and they see Holy Bible on it, we'll get arrested. And then they also asked us, could you put a plastic cover instead of a hard cover? Because sometimes we have to bury our Bible in the ground for like 3 weeks until the communists leave the village.
Oh, man, I would have never thought about something like that. Yeah.
So, but the audio Bibles have really worked really well for people that are illiterate. We've even taken a lot of the little MP3 players. We've taken those into Laos, and the older people who cannot read so well with their eyesight, they love to hear the audio Bible. So we try to get it to them, whatever is the best way for them to help them.
Patrick Klein, CEO of Vision Beyond Borders. He's based right there in Casper since 1994. VisionBeyondBorders.org. Stop there on the interwebs and find out what they're doing. Learn more. Chance to donate, to give, of course. Anything else, Patrick?
We are working. We've been sending a lot of Bibles into Cuba. Mm-hmm. I've been going to Cuba for over 30 years, and we're excited because we think we're believing that Cuba's going to open soon, and we just been sending Bibles in there, taking a lot of medicine in there. The average family of 4 in Cuba makes about $18 to $20 a month. And we had one team, we brought in a bunch of amoxicillin, 4,000 tablets of amoxicillin. My friend said on the black market, if you wanted to buy 3 amoxicillin tablets, it would cost you your whole month's salary. So they have no medicine down there. Now that Venezuela's come down, they don't have fuel and everything else. And when I was there about 2 years ago,
Well, we lost Patrick. Obvious tech challenges, perhaps. The work Vision Beyond Borders is doing, changing lives, saving souls, and the second coming awaits until everyone has had a chance to know the Word and know the truth and hear the gospel. Love the work they're doing at Vision Beyond Borders. Patrick Klein, our guest. Ask Abby, coming up next. Get ready, Abby. Right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say. and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
And we're back at it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's time for the wildly popular segment, Ask Abby. There's Abby. And we will ask Abby, if you were listening earlier today.
I wasn't.
I knew. You would know that today's trivia is going to concern Golden Globes.
Golden Globes. Is that TV?
That's a reference to Sydney Sweeney and her Golden Globes. No, it's
Do you have a crush on Sydney Sweeney?
Yes. I'm not allowed to mention her name in this household. Sydney Sweeney brought her Golden Globes to the Golden Globe Awards show that was just happened on TV. You didn't see any of that. You missed.
I did not. I didn't watch them.
I saw a little bit, but not much. Obviously, Golden Globes Awards celebrates all that is motion picture. So we're gonna do movie quotes. You identify the movie by the famous quote.
I might be good at this. I bet Jimmy is going to be excited when he watches this because hopefully I perform well and he's proud of me. If I don't, he's gonna be like, no way.
I think you're going to be good at this. These are going to be easy, like really noteworthy quotes. Huge. For instance, the following quote, what movie is it from? Teacher says every time a bell rings, an angel gets his wings.
Oh, that's so old.
Yes, it's old. In 1946, old.
I don't know the movie, dang it.
Oh, yes, you do. Christmas movie.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Yes, it's the final scene. Zuzu says it.
Yeah.
Okay, there's gonna be a few old, some new. Here's another old one. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
I've heard that, but I don't know what that's from.
Yes, you do.
Who said it?
Didn't Garth Brooks? No. The dude. I can't remember who says it.
Oh, I don't know. Tell me the movie.
Gone with the Wind.
Oh, yeah. I actually don't think I've ever seen Gone with the Wind.
I haven't either, obviously. Yeah, we should both revisit that. Okay, let's get a little bit newer. I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. And that's delivered in a, see if I can. It's delivered.
Oh.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse. One of those,
is this from The Godfather?
Yes, The Godfather. Mob movie.
Mob movie.
How about this one? You talking to me?
Oh, Taxi Cab.
Yeah, a Taxi Driver. Yes, very good.
Yes.
How about We'll Always Have Paris?
Oh, is that Meg Ryan?
It's another old one.
Oh, no.
No, but keep that in your mind for a future question. No.
It's black and white. It's black and white. And it's a guy and he sends it to a girl.
Totally.
And it is No.
Yeah. Go with it. Casablanca.
Yeah, it's Casablanca.
Yes. Very good. You are good at this.
Yes.
I See Dead People.
Oh, Sixth Sense.
Yes. The boy says it. Okay. Speaking of, the Meg Ryan, I'll have what she's having.
When Harry Met Sally.
Yes. The famous restaurant scene. Okay.
People are going to get sick of hearing the magic wand today.
Woo! Look at you already. Brett, we're like halfway through and Abby's getting all braggy. All right.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have to. Nobody puts Baby in a corner.
Oh, my favorite movie of all time. Dirty Dancing.
Is it really? I like it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. Oh, yeah, that's a pretty good one. Okay. Here's a tough one because I've seen this, but I don't remember any noteworthy quotes. And I wouldn't say it's a piece of cinematic greatness, but you go, Glenn Coco.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
It's a tough one. Mean Girls.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah. People like that movie. I never really.
It's not my jam. But some people, if you love Mean Girls, you love it. It's cult.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
It's true.
All right. Here's some more easy ones. I'll Be Back.
Oh, The Terminator.
Yeah. May the Force be with you.
Star Trek.
Whoop.
Yeah. Star Wars.
Yes.
Star
Okay.
Wars.
Okay. I'm the king of the world.
Oh, Titanic.
Wow. You are good at movies. Let's see. What else? Oh, here's one. All righty then.
Oh, Ace Ventura.
Yes. We're going to need a bigger boat.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
I know it, but I don't know it.
Well, because why did the person say this?
I don't remember, but I know.
It's key to the movie. Why would we're going to need a bigger boat? Why would you even say that?
Because the boat is not big enough. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Correct, but not correct. This is obviously a line delivered with wide eyes we're going to need a bigger boat compared to this.
It's not Tom Hanks, right?
No.
That says it. Okay.
No, it's not Tom Hanks.
I don't know. You stumped me. I was on such a roll.
Dudin.
Oh, Jaws. Yeah.
Yes, Jaws.
Okay.
I don't know this one, but I've never seen this movie. This might be hard. Try not Do or do not, there is no try.
It's a football movie, isn't it?
You would think, right? No, it
sounds like something Denzel Washington would say.
Yeah. It sounds like.
Is that right?
No, it's totally not. It's a line from Yoda in The Empire Strikes Back.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
This is one of my favorite. This movie is so fun. I find it so funny. It's delivered by the character Megan, and the line is, "I'm glad he's single because I'm gonna climb him like a tree."
Is that from Bridesmaids?
Yes. Holy cow.
Yeah, I remember that.
This is my wife's favorite quote. She says it all the time to me. "You're killing me, Smalls."
Oh, Sandlot.
Yes. Wow, you are super good. Hello, my name is Inigo Montoya. You know the rest.
Oh, yes, Princess Bride.
Yes. I just saw that the other day. That's always on somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here's Johnny.
Yes, Jack Nicholson and the Red Rum. The Shining.
Yeah. Yes. Excellent. Why so serious?
Oh, Batman. Heath Ledger.
The Joker in Dark Knight. Yes. You are too good at this.
Or they're too easy. Which one is it?
Based on previous Abby performances, I'm trying to make sure we hear the wand a little bit. Okay, here's one. You might know this just because of the kids you hang around with. Just keep swimming.
Finding Nemo.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Here's another cult movie. You're obviously not a golfer.
It's a cult movie?
A total cult movie. People have cultish affinity to this movie. One of the only movies about bowling that I'm aware of.
Oh, Kingpin.
No.
Oh, Kingpin is the best bowling movie of all time.
I don't even know. Yeah. I guess it's so. This is not the only movie about bowling. The line is delivered by a character called the Dude. You're obviously.
Oh, the Big Lebowski.
Yes, the Big Lebowski. Here's a good one. This movie. The first time I saw it, it was so cool, scary, chilly. Get your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape.
Is this the older one?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that one.
Come on.
Stumped me. Stumped me again.
He lands on what he thinks is Earth, but it's Earth in a different time. Really? You got to go back and watch that.
What is it?
The Planet of the Apes.
Oh, I never watched those.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I love this smell of napalm in the morning.
What's napalm?
Napalm is like the gas used in jungle warfare, but it's like illegal to use now in conflict. It's like gas that burns you, you know. Napalm.
I don't know that one.
Good Morning Vietnam. Well, no, that's not the same movie, actually. We're looking for Apocalypse Now. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
Oh. No, yep, you're stumped. I'm on a roll. I'm back to my old roots here.
Right. Okay, we're getting down to the last 10 questions, I believe, or last 5. All right, here's going back to more easier ones. Toto, I got a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
Oh, geez. Now they're getting really easy. Yeah. Wizard of Oz.
Okay. They're here. Another scary movie.
I don't know.
Ghosts is what the reference is. Carol Ann, the character, delivers the line referring to ghosts. They're here. I think they come through the television. I think.
I don't know. I don't know that one.
That'd be Poltergeist.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, see, when that movie came out, I probably wasn't old enough to watch it.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, you weren't allowed. Okay, how about this one? I like that boulder. That's a nice boulder.
Oh, that's Shrek.
Yeah. Wow. You're good at the kids' movies. Really good. I wish I had more of those, but I don't. Okay, finally, let's go for all the marbles. All or nothing with this one, right? Let's see. I got to find a good one that would be kind of hard, but not too hard.
Okay.
Oh, this one, it's probably easy. Hakuna Matata? Hakuna Matata.
Lion King.
Yeah, all right. That is pretty easy.
Yeah. Nice music.
Yeah. This is to signify how good Ask Abby was today. Golly, you killed it.
Yay.
Movies is right in your wheelhouse. Thanks, Abby.
Have a good day.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show, that's Ask Abby, and she knocked it out of the park with movie trivia in honor of the Golden Globes, known as whatever Sydney Sweeney is packing around, and also the award show for Hollywood.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
See it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
All right, what a way to close out the hour and close out the show. The Cowboy State Daily here on a Thursday. Jeff Gillotti's with us. And we're going to talk about sports, football, golf, hockey. I don't know. We're going to cover it all, I think, Jeff. You ready?
Well, look forward to it. It's nice to see you're scraping the bottom of the barrel and finally got to me.
Yeah, no. Saving all those guests, Congress people and senators, they were all the warm-up act for the real show. The headliner, Jeff Gillotti. Let's talk about this big game Saturday and which bandwagon you're going to be riding. I don't know. You're jumping on, you're jumping off. There was a time when the Denver Broncos, the Big Orange Crush, was not all that. And I know we, Bills fans, welcomed all those disenfranchised poor Bronco fans because of Josh Allen effect. And now this Saturday, look, you're going to have to pledge your allegiance one way or another. Where are you? And do you think this Saturday, a lot of people in Wyoming watching that game, Broncos, Bills, are going to root for both, or are going to have to pick one, or what?
Well, for me personally, my allegiance changed the day that the NFL commissioner stood up there and said, with this election, the Denver Broncos select Bradley Chubb. That was it for me. I was done. My departure to the Bills was fully clarified when they then announced in a future draft, we now select the second best tight end from Iowa in the first round, Noah Fant. That helped me, clarify my decision to move over to the Bills. And that was hard for me because grew up here in Cheyenne, longtime Bronco fan. I remember getting a Charlie Johnson jersey and helmet under the Christmas tree in the 70s. And my best friend Todd had season tickets in the South Stands. So we got to hang out with the crazies and buy T-shirts with expletives on them and Dallas underneath them. Then I guess I led kind of an ideal Bronco fan's life. I got to move to Southern California. And in Southern California, fortunately, at the club I worked at, Jack Elway's best friend was a member. So we get to go see Broncos and Raiders games. And we got to see Charger games. So we got the pleasure of dressing up in Bronco uniforms and going down and walking the Chargers and feeling relatively safe, and then dressing up in Bronco outfit and going to a Raiders game, and just thankfully we escaped with our lives. But you get to go out and you get to make a statement and you get to show your pride for the Broncos. And then when I moved back to town, now you've got Manning and tearing up at the Super Bowl and everything's fantastic. And then you go to a UW game and you watch Josh Allen. And you watch him roll out to the right, throw a 60-yard strike to the end zone to Tanner Gentry, and you just see something special. You just see that, okay, this guy's for real. So the NFL doesn't really care for his completion percentage, and because Wyoming, known as a hotbed for where to go get all of the best receivers, didn't give him a lot of credit. But no, once it came across with Bradley Chubb, it was it for me. The Broncos charcuterie boards, those got donated to other people. All the T-shirts were demoted to oil rags, and it was really hard for me because my son was born on Christmas Day. His name was almost Orlandis. Because as I'm standing at the top of my bed while the wife is giving birth to my child, the Bronco game's on over the doctor's head. So I'm screaming, go, 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 and everybody in the room thinks I'm rooting for my wife, and no, I'm really rooting for Orlandis Gary, who scored a touchdown. And, being a former South Stand crazy, it was no big deal for me to approach Mike Shanahan's table and inform him of how close my son, became to being named Orlandis, and, thank you for everything he did to the Bronco Nation. But I don't know. There's an allure to the Bills Mafia. Josh will just draw you in, almost like a televangelist. It's just amazing to watch.
We've talked about that. Jeff, by the way, I'm only because you're an old radio guy, I will mention this. The gain on your end is really super jacked. Like if you do something with the mic, it's trying to pull in like everything when you're talking. If you could drop the gain or whatever it is. But yeah, Jeff Gillotti, like many of us, going to have to decide this Saturday where you are, Denver, Buffalo. For you, Denver lost you with the draft picks. And there was a period where Denver ownership, how many people they tried at the round robin quarterback spot just did not work. Were you really expecting to hear that draft pick be? What was it, anti-Chubb, or was it, I can't believe they didn't say Josh Allen? I thought it was a done deal. Was that really crushing?
Yeah, no, that was it. They when John Elway came up to watch his workout, and it just, because Elway's my guy.
Yeah.
Defended Elway to the end of the planet. I lost a good friendship with a former San Diego Chargers tight end because, we got in a discussion once and he announced that, John Elway was just the luckiest quarterback ever and he wasn't that good. And then, I kind of kept my peace and then the discussion got to golf and they were talking about, and Elway thinks he can play golf. And so I finally chimed into the conversation and I said, guys, you're right. Elway really isn't that good of a golfer. I said, every time, he takes that hand up to the top, those 2 Super Bowl rings really weigh his right hand down. To this day, that San Diego Charger tight end will not take my phone call anymore. That was kind of an amazing day for me, but I don't know. I would love to be in the stands, but I'd probably have my Bills gear on.
Yeah. I mean, a big game, huge game. I didn't see this one coming. I've been watching Denver squeak by all these come from behind wins against sub 500, against teams that aren't in the playoffs. Let's face it. I mean, when you trail the Jets, the Giants, the entire game, and then so Denver really needs to prove to me and prove to a lot of people that they're for real. Bo Nix, are you for real? But let's analyze the game, Jeff. What do you see as Bills' advantages going in? They're banged up. They're coming off. They're going to have a short week, and Denver's been resting. And Denver's at home. Does that help at all for the Broncos?
I kind of like when playoff teams get to rest because then they come out a little sluggish, a little slow, maybe need to get their timing back. My bigger concern, of course, the Broncos or the Bills injuries, and they like to spot their team, their opponent 21 points in the first half, and then come back and win, and everybody's miraculous. I was part of that. Yeah, the Broncos aren't for real. They can't score points. They're not going to play with the big boys. But really, it comes down to the fact that good teams just find a way to win. And that's what Denver did. Denver has found ways to win. I'm resting all of my hopes. My boss is a really big Bronco fan, so I have to be very careful about how I put this. But Jacksonville came into Denver and put a bit of a thumping on them, and then the Bills went down and beat Jacksonville. So therefore, the Bills should beat the Broncos. Now, if that strategy had any validity, I'd be living in a really big house. And it doesn't, because I'm not.
Yeah. But, so, I mean, common opponents is a good indication. I like to look at that, too.
Yeah. I think it's just going to come down to one great defense against what one man is willing to do. And, I think of the Broncos' first Super Bowl there against the Green Bay. where John Elway takes the helicopter, and that play alone made me go out to the pool side and cry like a little baby, because we were in California, big party, everybody there is Green Bay fans, and I just sat there quietly and watched the game, because somehow I just knew, the Broncos were going to win. Like, you okay? I'm fine. Just leave me be. I'm still a man. And it was just, one of the best days of my life. But sadly, one of the worst days of my life. And I hold no disrespect for Bradley Chubb. Wasn't his fault they called his name, but it was supposed to be so perfect.
I know.
Josh goes down there. I'll spend any amount of money to go for tickets to watch Josh, and instead, now I got to root for the Bills. Well, the good news is I really probably can't afford to go watch him play. I don't have to pay $40 for parking. You can get some really good buffalo wings here at Dub's. And, so you get the whole experience. You get to be part of the Mafia, and you don't have to pay for parking.
We're going to put you on the spot, Jeff. Give me a player on each team that's going to be impactful, not named Josh Allen or Bo Nix. I think I'll start for Buffalo. I think Keon Coleman, the receiver, who much maligned receiver all season long, who, the rookie has not been able to get separation, not been able to get open. Then he's maybe a distraction, a problem in the locker room, in practice. It's just this story, this cloud hanging over Keon Coleman. But because of the injuries to the wide receiver core, because Khalil will probably when that kid was in Boise State, I knew he was a receiver. But Shakir maybe seeing a lot of double coverage. I think Keon Coleman could play a key role in this game Saturday. I don't know. What do you see for either side? Who really could stand out and make a difference?
No, I agree with you on Coleman. I think this could be kind of the breakout opportunity that he needs. I like Knox. Strangely enough, as much as I didn't like the pick of Noah Fant, I like big tight ends that block and catch passes. And Knox seems to be the player that Buffalo ends up going to when, all right, we've covered everybody else. Who's left? Oh, Knox. Here's 40 yards right up the middle for a tight end. Surtain always makes me nervous for the Broncos, but there's two sides of the field. Throw to the other side.
Yeah, he's got sticky hands. I'm afraid of him. Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go though with the big meanies up front. I like the Bills' size up against the Broncos. When it comes to football, it's all about the lads up front. I like the size. The speed's great, but I like the size, and I think that could be the determination. Because if you give Josh time, much as he had in Jacksonville, 12 for 12 on key plays and key moments, he's going to find a way to beat you. And much as you kind of saw with the quarterback for Jacksonville, just putting up great numbers, looked outstanding. Yeah, welcome to the playoffs here, rookie. It's a whole different ball game. Now, again, I'm a big Bo Nix fan. I was really happy when the Broncos got him. But still, this is going to be the first big game for him. Yeah. And I just don't think Denver has enough firepower to score enough points.
Going to be a real test for Bo Nix. I've been impressed with what he's been able to do, his accuracy under fire, but he is not tall. He gets a lot of passes batted down, and the Bills are really good at that. When they can't get to a quarterback, they knock passes down. Size matters in the trenches. You're right. The Buffalo O-line is huge. They're big. They're good, and they've been gelling for a while. A lot of snaps together as a unit. What about the guys who aren't wearing helmets, the guys wearing headsets? There's one advantage I give Denver is their coach.
Yeah, you can't deny that. It's kind of strange. One of the reasons why I was able to root against the Broncos is you fired Wade Phillips and you went and got Vance Joseph. Okay, fine. It's all right. I'm going anyway. You lost me a long time ago. What do I care? Now he comes back, and now you want to root for him as a defensive coordinator. And the case kind of proved he's got the chops as a defensive coordinator. And the Bills, I cannot figure their defense out. This isn't like the bend but don't break Broncos of the 70s and 80s. This is go ahead and march down the field, score all the points you want. Oh, wait a minute, it's time for us to come back. Now we're going to step up and play.
Yeah.
I'm old. I got high blood pressure. I know everybody just says things like, oh, I just hope it's a good game. No, I don't. I want it 42-3 Broncos. Or I'm sorry, Bills.
Yeah.
See, look at there. It's a Freudian slip. Apparently, I'm still a huge Bronco fan. I don't even want it close. I want Trubisky to be in the fourth quarter. That's what kind of game I want.
That's so funny, Jeff. I tell my wife the same thing. She doesn't understand this. Don't you want a good game? I'm like, no, man. I want to trounce them. No,
if the Yankees score less than 10 runs, I'm not interested. I don't need to see a pitcher's duel. I want my team to win by lengths and yards.
Mm-hmm. All right, final score prediction though. What is your? I hear where your heart is. What does your head say? Final score.
35-17 Bills.
Yep. I think the Bills are going to have to score points. Bills defense, look, let's face it, just not good. He'll come up with plays when they have to, but they're just not good. And they're missing half the dudes they ought to have. But it'll be a fun game.
Yeah, I'm nervous, but it's great that we get to have the opportunity.
Dude, I want to have you on again specifically just to talk golf and talk Kyle Berkshire, the guy I watched hit a ball almost 600 yards. I want to talk all things golf. Can you come on again sometime?
Oh, sure, love to. Yeah, I hit one 600-yard once, but unfortunately it was runway number 1 down there at the airport golf course.
Just that ball's still bouncing today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, thank you. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's going to wrap it up. We're out of time. Thanks so much for spending your Thursday with us. See you tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.